Good morning. Welcome to the February 1st, 2023 hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Will you join me for the flag salute?
To the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God. It says no internet connection, your offline file.
Now
is
I'm going to
resumed.
ask my able clerk, David Villalobos, to please make our TV coverage announcement, and then go ahead with the roll call.
Happy to do so, and good morning, Mr. Chair and rest of the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Arca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bridley.
Here?
Commissioner Farini. Here. And Chair Park.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Martinez will be absent today.
All right. Well, can we have our agenda status report from you, Mr. Wilson?
You can do whatever.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda today, we have one item on consent, and then we have two items on our standard agenda. The appeal of the cannabis operation at 5601 Casitas Pass, and then the cannabis retail operation on State Street. Staff and the applicants are ready and prepared to present on those items today. I can move to the projection report if you would like.
If you will, please do.
Our next scheduled Planning Commission is February 8th. As of right now, we do not have any items for that date. It is to be in Santa Maria. Depending on today, we may want to cancel that hearing, as there's no items projected for that. That's February 8th. And then following that, our next hearing would be on February 22nd. And then on February 22nd, we have four items on that. A housing project on near Carpinteria, which is a initiation, rezone, general plan rezone initiation item for the Planning Commission to consider. And then we have a telecom on Cathedral Oaks, and then we have the Lita Sanitary District has a project, as well as we have the annual comprehensive plan progress report scheduled for that day. And that is going to be here in Santa Barbara. After February 22nd, our next hearing is on March 1st. On March 1st, we have a appeal of the Plains Pipeline upgrades, and that is scheduled to be here in Santa Barbara as well on March 1st. Next hearing is March 8th, and that is in Santa Maria. And we have another general plan rezone application or initiation item for the Planning Commission to hear, and that's a almost a new community on the outskirts of Orchid. That will be presented by staff on that day. Moving further into March 29th, we have a North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds on March 29th, and that is also scheduled for Santa Maria.
Bring up my presentation and it will come up.
And then April 5th, we have the safety element update wildfire policies presented by Long Range Planning. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Does anyone have any questions about the either the agenda status report or the projection report?
There's no internet connection.
Okay. Let's move on to public comment then. And public comment is for speakers who want to address a topic that is not on
that you or
today's
you said
agenda.
Yes.
Okay, nice to meet you.
We reserve up to a maximum of
I'm
15
Joe-
minutes
Joe
for that, but I ask that each speaker limit their comments to 3 minutes, if there are any. And are there any that you know of, Mr. Villalobos?
Help you bring it up.
Mr. Chair, no. I believe that everyone that has signed up has requested to speak on either our consent agenda or our standard item agendas, and I do not have any speakers slips for anyone present in the room.
Okay, well then let's move on to Planners Commission informational reports. And do any of my fellow commissioners have any items that they believe are of interest to the whole commission they'd like to report on? seeing no rush to the podium on that, let's move on to the director's report. Already, we're whipping along. Got a happy crew in front of us, it looks like.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I have a brief report today. I wanted to advise the commission and members of the public that our local assistance centers that were developed were closed, and now we have a FEMA center that has state representatives and federal representatives. There's people from DMV, Small Business Administration loans, et cetera. So a very robust center, both in North County and South County. The South County one is at disaster relief, direct relief, thank you. Direct relief, and the other one is at Hancock College in Santa Maria, their campus there. And so there are a significant amount of resources available to all people who suffered damage through the storm, from farmers to people who had damage at their own homes or businesses. So we had been staffing it previously, and we have information available for people to contact P&D. But right now, I think that's going to operate for another 2 weeks. So people can, if they have damage, they can get assistance from FEMA. They can get some assistance from the state. And the Small Business Administration is also giving loans to people for repairs. So it's a very good system that's been set up. And I think they have also one in San Luis Obispo, probably across the state.
Excuse me for interrupting. Just on that topic, do you have a telephone number for the Direct Relief Assistance Center?
I will get that and circle back with you, and then we
Perfect.
can announce that.
I think I represent a situation of a lot of people in the South Coast with the need for FEMA applications and
Right.
so forth.
So the centers are open every day from 10 to 7, 7 days a week.
Great.
Just a quick update on the number of structures that we have seen reported to planning and development. So we have a total of 79 structures that sustained some damage. They have been entered into our system. Our building inspectors are going out to assess them. They do safety assessments, and then they either apply a red tag, a yellow tag, or a green tag. And we only have 3 red tags, so that's good. Those are buildings that are uninhabitable. Yellow tags are buildings that you have to enter with caution. I'm sorry, red tags you cannot enter and they're uninhabitable. Yellow tags you have to enter with caution, may not be habitable, and then green tags you're clear. So we roughly have about an even amount of yellow and green tags in the community. 16 of the structures we inspected were in Guadalupe. We did some mutual aid there for them. They were really struggling to be able to meet the needs of their community because they have such a small city and limited staff. And then we have 63 in the unincorporated area that we're working on. Yeah. We've also gone out to the Ivy Bluffs and examined them. We did both 2 drone flights, and then our building and safety staff walked it. It didn't sustain much damage. We had a couple of sites that had to cut back some concrete from one patio. There was a little bit of erosion under that, and it was extending over the bluffs. They cut that back. And there were a couple other concrete curbs that had been horizontal and were now hanging vertical. And so those were cut back as well. So that's good news that we didn't see a lot of damage out there. So I think I mentioned this in previous meetings, but I will again for the public too, is that we'll be implementing a similar repair model like we did for the debris flow. And that means we'll have an individual staff planner assigned to that person to assist them through the process and make sure most people are just going to be looking for building permits, I think, here. There were a lot of accessory structures that were damaged. So we will work closely with them. The other big news is that on Monday, the department released the draft housing element for public review, and that will be a 30-day review period. When that 30-day period closes, the department by statute has 10 business days to consider comments and make any necessary changes to the document. And then we submit that to the state for their official 90-day review. That'll be their first review. We have been coordinating with HCD and have already sent them the draft that we released to the public as a way to try and minimize the time it's going to take them to review. Hopefully, they'll be able to take a look at it. I know they're inundated with other housing elements from the Bay Area who had a deadline of yesterday. So I'm sure they're getting flooded with different documents. So hopefully, we'll get some early feedback. And then the board had requested that we come to them with a discussion on the policies, goals, policies, and programs that are in Chapter 5 of the draft housing element. And we will be doing that on the 14th of February, and that's in San Maria, that hearing. And it's really sort of a high-level discussion of what our policies and programs are, and so that way the board can give us some direction during the public comment period if there are changes they'd like to see or additions. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
I have a couple of questions about the housing element. Last week, you gave us a very comprehensive outline of the schedule for the housing element, and I'm not asking you to go through that again, but I'm just wondering if anything has changed, or if there's any update for us to know. I'll tell you why. When I listened to it last week, I thought, oh, well, the Planning Commission won't be involved in reviewing this because of time and so forth. And that was sort of a relief in a way. And then I realized as I was getting phone calls from other groups and people, well, they still have questions of us. And I'll even be doing a little presentation to a group later on today. So it makes me think, well, I better pay a little more attention to the schedule than I was prepared to after your discussion last week. So is there any update on the schedule there?
Sure. And Commissioner Park, through the chair, maybe there was a bit of a miscommunication. The early review by the board of the policy discussion is what the Planning Commission is not involved in. The Planning Commission will hear the housing element.
Oh,
You will hear, so I'm sorry if I created some confusion there.
well, maybe that says more about my span of attention than.
So just this early piece is something we couldn't get to the commission in time and get to the board. But we will, after HCD reviews our document, gives us changes, and gives us enough, that we get enough confidence based on their comments that they're going to accept our housing element for the most part. We will be coming to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has to review it and refer it to the Board of Supervisors.
So our compliance benchmark, does that come after Planning Commission review?
So our compliance bench, I mean, we were supposed
We
to.
submitted,
Yeah, we've submitted, right.
right.
So then it depends on how many rounds of review we have with HCD.
Right.
We're hoping to minimize it. I mean, we took great care in preparing a document that we thought was comprehensive and complete. And we analyzed other letters that the state had sent to jurisdictions to see where they had may have fallen short. But what HCD has told me is that they often take 3 to 4 rounds of review before they sign off on the document.
But is their sign-off, is that what kind of ends the builder's remedy, or is it
No,
Submission.
adoption.
adoption? Got it. So that's in the future.
That's in the
Okay,
future.
And after Planning Commission.
Right.
And then the issue we have with grants and so forth, is that adoption as well?
That's adoption as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Well, this is very important to know.
Yep.
And I was going to ask if any of the commissioners are so bold as to want to comment to the board before the 14th or even at the meeting, are we able to do that? Might be a question for Ms. Kim, I don't know. But maybe it's not such an important question if it's going to come to us anyway.
It is going to come to you. Yep. Yep. And certainly, if you have questions, we encourage the Planning Commission to take a look at the draft document. Most of it is data and reporting on data, but Chapter 5 is our policies and programs. And so that's where I would spend the time if you wanted to ask questions or get more information from us over the next 30 days. The data is very interesting and it's useful, but that's probably not something you're likely to comment on. It'd be more Chapter 5.
Well, you know what I'm hearing is different kinds of questions from different areas. Kind of more in Goleta, it's about, well, what might be rezoned and things like that to permit housing. San Ynez Valley, it's more like, well, what could happen in San Ynez with the builder's remedy, that kind of thing.
Right.
So, okay, well, this is very useful.
I do want to make sure it's clear, and I don't think it has been in every circumstance. We have a two-phased process with the housing element, and that is we have to take the document, the draft, and get that adopted. The rezones are a second step,
Yeah.
and they will be processed separately, and they will come to you and the board in separate hearings. We're working on them at the same time, but they are trailing, the rezones are trailing behind. We did have to list the sites that we were considering in the housing element, so you'll see a list of sites in the document. Those might change through the public comment period. People are been contacting us, suggesting sites and whatnot, so that could change, but the state wants to see what it is we're considering in the draft document, and then we have to adopt the rezones by February 15th, 2024.
That triggers my recall of a question I wanted to ask, actually, of you, but it came up when Mr. Wilson was speaking. I know we have two initiation of I guess they're rezone projects coming up, one on February 22 and the other's on March something. And like I've said before, I have had no experience with that on the Planning Commission. And it sounds like sort of a fraternity movie, Will Ferrell or something. But it's obviously something more than that. And I would love to have even a one-sentence email from anybody that works for the county anyway, to just say, look at this code section or look at this, just so I'd have a little more familiarity than getting my
for
packet a
initiation.
few days before
For initiation.
the hearing.
Yeah, sure, we can certainly work with you on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and you'd brought this up before,
Yeah.
and I think Mr. Seawards is going to reach out to you.
Oh, that'd be great.
To give you like a little tutorial, one-on-one initiation package presentation in the ordinance. And we can reach out to the other commissioners too as well before the hearing, just so you have some background on what is under the purview and the decision-making process on that.
Excuse me, Chair Park, I did have a couple other questions on the.
Yes, please go ahead.
The chapters that you said the Board of Supervisors was going to be considering were what exactly?
Chapter 5,
Chapter 5, okay.
Housing Plan and Resources.
Okay, and then another question, the story that we're hearing from everybody is that the state is taking a long time to review these and has insane deadlines for all agencies. I mean, I think that's been well understood if you're following the
Yeah.
topic. Are you hearing anything from other agencies or the county's lobbyist in Sacramento that they might take their, foot off the gas in terms of these turnaround times? I mean, now their office is completely deluged with their work that they've insisted be done by all the agencies. So is there any hope of that? Because to me, this is just, it's bad government at a state level. To have these kinds of documents go through so fast with such, meaningful impacts for the public. And here we are, just barely meeting the deadlines. And all agencies are in that spot. So have you heard anything?
So Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, we have spoken with HCD a number of times about this topic and also about the grants in particular. And it's not really their role. They don't have the ability to change it. It's the state legislature. So the legislature would have to make the move to provide the extensions. I mean, it's a very interesting situation, particularly with the grants, and this is something we'll be working on with our lobbyists, is you become ineligible or non-competitive for grants for homelessness funding and affordable housing. It's like, but that just doesn't
goal.
make any sense, right? That's your goal. So don't cut that money off, cut something else off, right? So it's just I think what the message from the state is they've grown very impatient. And so they may not be using a scalpel, they're using a cudgel with the jurisdictions, and it isn't really refined, I think, in a way that's been that constructive. Hopefully for the next cycle in 8 years, we can get that cleaned up, but it's been challenging for most jurisdictions, particularly if you have rezones. If you don't have rezones, it's easier, but.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Briley, because when I offer these MCLE courses, I like to think of a snappy title. And so for my sequel to the housing one, I think this title of Bad Government at the State Level would be a great topic. And I'll credit you for that, of course. Yeah, all right. Well, let's go on, unless there are any other questions.
There was just one more thing to let you know, that we have an appeal of the Santa Barbara Ranch. We do a determination on their compliance with their development agreement. That was appealed last year. That's scheduled to be heard by the board in March. And then I think you heard that you'll be hearing the safety element, and then that will move on to the board in May.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And let's go on to the consent agenda. We have one item on it, and we don't normally discuss that unless one particular planning commissioner wants to pull it from the consent agenda, and then we do discuss it. Does anyone want to move the item from the consent agenda to our standard agenda and discussion? Well, hearing no one, then on the consent agenda, Secretary Wilson, do we move to adopt the consent agenda? Approve it?
Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. We need a motion and a second to approve the item on the consent agenda.
Yeah, and do I hear that motion from the commissioner?
I would so move.
Great, and a second?
Second.
Great.
Mr. Chair, though, there may be some public comment
that's right.
that we have to invite.
Oh, on the consent
consent?
agenda, that's
Do
true.
that.
And do we have any public comment today on that item?
Mr. Chair, you did receive a letter for the consent item, and I know that there were at least one member who were present and listening and available for questions. It's my understanding that they did not wish to speak otherwise or have the item pulled from consent. So, short answer, no.
Okay, so any discussion of the pending motion by members of the Planning Commission? Then let's go ahead and,
No, I just left it on about.
okay. Let me ask that all in favor, please say aye.
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 There are no nays or abstentions? The motion's carried. Then, Mr. Villalobos, let's go on to the standard agenda, and let me ask that you read that into the record.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Senator Whale, representative for concerned Carpinterians. It's considered case number 22 APL 7, an appeal of the director's approval of case number 19 CDP 13.
All right. And I don't see Mr. Singer. He's on Zoom. Well, good. I don't see you anywhere, but I'm sure I'll hear a disembodied voice, and your image will come up somewhere. So, Mr. Singer, why don't you go ahead? Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Do we have any, while Mr. Singer's setting up, do we have any ex parte disclosures from planning commissioners on this item? And looks like we do. So why don't you go first, Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of contacts to disclose the First was a meeting in my office with Ana Carrillo and Sandra Weil from Concerned Carpinterians. Subsequently, I visited the site last Friday, I believe. Present for the applicant were Katie Hall, Jay Higgins, and Jared Vicker. Those were my only communications on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. And Commissioner Briley, did you have some communications you want to disclose?
Almost identical to Commissioner Cooney, but I actually went to the Garden Market Cafe and met with Ms. Carrillo and Ms. Weil and Gail Hirschon. I believe I have that correctly pronounced. And then followed that up with a site visit at which Mr. Higgins and Mr. Vicker, yes, and the compliance person for the applicant were present. I didn't write her name down, but she was helpful. So that was all last Friday, and we just talked about the issues in the appeal and the issues of the permit with the applicant.
Excellent. And then, Mr. Farini.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I had a brief phone conversation with Jay Higgins.
Okay. And I should disclose that I had a site visit with applicants' representatives. Did you say Katie Hall and Jared Ficker and Jay Higgins? I did not hear from the appellants. Okay. Well, now we'll go ahead with Mr. Singer's presentation.
Thank you, Chair Park. Hopefully you can hear me all right.
There we go, yes. And we can see you too.
Perfect. As soon as I see the slides up, I will go ahead. There we go. Perfect. Good morning, Chair Park and Commissioners. Today I'm before you presenting Case 22 APL 7, the appeal by Concerned Carpinterians of the Director's approval of the 5601 Casitas Pass Cannabis Cultivation Project. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. The project site is located off of Casitas Pass Road or Highway 192, east of the city of Carpinteria, which is shown in pink. Also shown here are Highway 101 and the Monte Vista existing developed rural neighborhood. The nearest residential area to the project site is the Carpinteria, city of Carpinteria, which is approximately 700 feet from the project site. Next slide, please. This is just a closer view of the 4.83 acre parcel. It's shown in red, along with Casitas Pass Road and the city of Carpinteria once again. Next slide, please. The proposed project is to allow approximately 3.39 acres of cannabis cultivation within 2 existing greenhouses and an existing processing building. The cultivation includes 3.36 acres of mature plant and nursery cultivation and 0.03 acres or 1,478 square feet about of processing, which includes drying, trimming, packaging, and storage. The proposed project also includes the removal of a portion of one of the existing greenhouses that's located in the setback area, 3 storage containers, and a trailer. 4 new 5,000-gallon water tanks will also be installed. The operation will have up to 30 full-time employees and 3 to 5 managerial staff. The proposed project does not include any new development or redevelopment of the greenhouses or the processing building. Next slide, please. The site plan is shown here. The existing greenhouses and processing building are shown in green, all of which are permitted. In red are the greenhouse area in the setback, the storage containers and trailer, which will all be removed. And in blue are the existing and proposed water tanks. Casitas Pass is shown on the left-hand side of the site plan, which is the northern side of the property. Next slide, please. The appellant raised 5 appeal issues. The first is the contention that the OAP will not abate odors, that it should have used carbon scrubbers, and that odors will be a public nuisance. Staff has reviewed the OIP and it is consistent with the requirements of Article 2, including certification by a professional engineer or industrial hygienist. It has been revised to include carbon scrubbers in the greenhouses as well as the vapor phase system around the greenhouses. The planning department also does not determine if something is considered a public nuisance pursuant to the Air Pollution Control District Rule 303 or take enforcement action on nuisances. If odors from the project are determined to be a public nuisance under that Rule 303, enforcement will be handled by the agencies granted authority to do so in California and APCD codes. P&D will continue to respond to all odor complaints submitted on cannabis projects in the county, as is our habit of doing so on odor complaints, but not public nuisances specifically. Next slide, please. The second appeal issue is the assertion that the proposed project will impact air quality and health due to the vapor phase system, terpenes, and creation of ground level ozone. The appellant did not provide any substantial evidence identifying potential health risks of the vapor phase formula or cannabis odors. As we have discussed in previous hearings, the county APCD has reviewed the formula and confirmed that it does not contain any toxic air contaminants. Terpenes are a type of biogenic volatile organic compound, as we've all heard, or biogenic VOC. All living things produce biogenic VOCs. When compared to native and ornamental plants, such as oak trees specifically, cannabis does not produce significant amounts of biogenic VOCs or ozone. The proposed project is also within the scope of the Cannabis Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, which identified cannabis emissions as a significant and unavoidable impact, and which the Board of Supervisors adopted a statement of odor providing considerations for. Next slide, please. For the third appeal issue, the appellant stated that there has not been adequate enforcement of cannabis projects and the required project conditions by the county. The proposed project meets all the requirements of Article 2 for cannabis projects, and it is subject to the conditions of approval. This includes permit compliance inspections and monitoring. Any violations of permit conditions will be subject to enforcement by the county. Planning and Development does also now retain an odor consultant to assist with inspections and enforcement pursuant to the Odor Abatement Implementation and Monitoring Standard Condition. Next slide, please. The fourth appeal issue is the contention that the applicant should stop using vapor phase technology and instead use carbon filtration because of the agreement between the carp growers and the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, or Coalition. The proposed project has been revised since the approval of the coastal development permit to use carbon scrubbers in the greenhouses. The proposed project also meets the odor abatement requirements of Article 2, and the agreement is a private agreement which is not subject to enforcement by the county. Vapor phase technology is also an approved odor abatement technology in Article 2, subject to certification by a licensed professional. Next slide, please. For the fifth appeal issue, the appellant asserted that the notification area should have been larger than 1,000 feet from the subject property to notice more of the residents of the city of Carpinteria. The proposed project was, however, appropriately noticed. A placard was placed on site, and notices were mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site, which is the requirement of Article 2. Beyond that, notices were emailed to every person who has registered with the county as an interested party, either for all cannabis projects within the Carpinteria Valley area, or for this specific project. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed project is consistent with the policies and development standards of the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, the County Comprehensive Plan, and the Coastal Land Use Plan. The OAP meets the requirements of Article 2, and the permit application was processed appropriately. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Commission take the following actions and deny the appeal, case number 22 APL 7, make their required findings for approval as specified in attachment A to the staff report, determine that the previously certified programmatic EIR is adequate, and grant de novo approval of the proposed project subject to conditions included in attachment B to the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions that the Commission has. Thank you.
Okay, And now's the point where I ask if any of my fellow commissioners have questions, and I see that Commissioner Cooney is going up to bat.
Soon. Thank you,
That's my metaphor
Mr.
for
Chair.
you. I'll keep it baseball.
Mr. Singer, thank you for your presentation. The one I wanted to ask a question about was issue number 2. The appellant asserts the proposed project will have air quality and health impacts due to vapor phase use, terpenes, and one which indicated that the enforcement, or you indicated that enforcement of odor complaints is within the scope of the planning department. So my question is, do you have any evidence of odor complaints in your file on this matter?
Chair Cooney, through the chair, yes, there have been odor complaints on this property.
That's your whole answer?
I'm sorry, there have been a number of odor complaints. They are recorded by county enforcement, who look into them, log them, and take the appropriate action that they can take at this time on them.
Okay, well, let's just dig a little deeper. The applicant, during my site visit, indicated that there had been numerous complaints and explained that many of those were related to the proximity of Casitas Pass Road to the project, and complainants were frequently members of the public who were driving by. Do you have any breakdown of where the complaints were generated? Were there complaints from any residents of the neighborhood?
Mr. Chair, I think I can maybe help with this question. So we don't right at this moment have a breakdown of where all the complaints have come from. There is a number of complaints that we've received on this site that we're aware of. I have our enforcement supervisor in the background right now taking a look at some of the details of the complaints, and we can go ahead and continue looking at that and then follow up with a little bit more detail about that if we want to just trail this question to later.
Yeah, while you're looking at that, I would just like more information on how many complaints we're talking about, over what period of time, that kind of thing, and also whether the consultant who has been contracted by the county has visited the site and has any information about whether odors were emanating from the site. Thank you, Mr. Dargo.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I could respond. So while Mr. Dargle's getting information as far as number of complaints, just a little background on the odor consultants. So we brought them online November 29th of last year. I don't know why that date's seared in my mind, but and then since that day, we've initiated inspections both in December and January. This site was identified as one of the sites that we inspected, and so they did have an inspection out there on January 6th of this year. Right now, that report and that inspection report isn't finalized. It's going through our review, and we're reviewing it right now with our consultants. But yes, we did visit that site January 6th of this year. What we're seeing with our consultants is they're going out there. This site's a little bit different because they're in the process of updating their odor abatement plan. And so we went out there and did an inspection on the current site conditions. The anticipation is after today, whatever happens today as far as their odor abatement plan being approved, our consultants will go back out there and monitor the initiation of what gets approved today. So they're kind of in an interim stage. We inspected what was on the ground back in January. We'll go back out and inspect whatever gets approved today. And so this site was selected because of the number of complaints that we've we have received. What we see is that generally the operators, this one and other operators, are compliant on some issues. There are some odors detected on the site, and we come out with correction actions and say, okay, maybe it's covering the vapor phase system or identifying where the pipes are or other corrective items. And so we are doing that right now. We're gathering like a baseline of data. Can we pinpoint where odor is coming from at this point? Not yet, because we're still doing our preliminary inspections. But that's happening, and so we are now starting to be able to go out there, identify the sites, and make corrective actions to improve the overall odor abatement implementation that's happening out there.
Let me add, and thank you for that, Mr. Wilson. And I'd like to add a kind of a supplemental question to the questions raised by Commissioner Cooney. Fits right in. I think there's sort of a minor constellation of projects right in that area. And I'm not sure how the complaint procedure works. Is it broken down literally by address and site, or are there sometimes generalized complaints that might say, there's cannabis here on Casitas Pass Road, I'm not aware of which one it's coming from. So if there's, that was well stated, if there is a report on the complaints for this site, if you can also tell us about complaints that are right next door, so we get maybe a bigger picture.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, sorry, I'll jump in on that.
Yeah.
I think the answer to that is both. We'll get complaints that say, I smell cannabis and I'm driving along Foothill Road or I'm driving somewhere. Those are hard to pinpoint because that's just a general statement. Other times they'll say, I smell cannabis and I'm right next door to this address. And then we can tag that address and say we got a complaint at that proximity. Other times they'll pinpoint a specific address. And so what we're doing as far as our odor abatement consultants is we're, if I can say this word, triaging or creating a prioritized list of sites that we're inspecting first. And so we picked those sites that had received the most complaints logged against their address, and we started with those sites. So now we're working through those and saying, okay, these sites received a number of complaints, let's do those inspections, get the results of those inspections, and then whatever those corrective actions are, give that to the operators, then we'll go back in the next quarter and verify that they made those corrections. What we're seeing, and it's a little frustrating, probably shouldn't say that on tape, is a lot of these operators are also in the mix of trying to update or change their odor abatement plans to the permitting process. And so we're in this game of playing catch up. And so we're inspecting things while they're trying to get their odor abatement plans refined, and then we have to go back out and re-inspect them. So the long answer to your question is yes, we get this full spectrum of complaints. But we do our best to try to pinpoint where they're at.
Thank you. Okay, did we have other questions?
Yes.
See, I got to figure out which is which. Okay, so that's Commissioner Briley.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to thank staff for a really good staff report and also some time coaching me on some of the background on this because I know it's complicated. And thank you for putting up the pending cannabis case list. Just remind me again, the reds are, the red versus the orange are what legend? Reds are pending?
I'm actually not 100% sure if I don't think reds are pending. So the best way that I navigate this is I just click on each individual
Okay,
icon.
I think it's that they're approved. And the question is, so even though they're approved, though, they may not be operating. Is that correct? Because they're approved by the county doesn't mean that they're functioning that way. We don't know that data. And I'm seeing a member of the public in the first row. I'm going to remind them that it's not their turn yet. So this is a question for staff. So I appreciate having that picture up because I know we can't really talk about cumulative impacts. However, this is, directly related to the program. And now that we're hearing about the consultant that's been brought aboard for more in-depth, odor mitigation, odor system reviews, that's highly encouraging to me because I'm hoping that technical expert is going to be able to help the county A, pinpoint where these complaints might be coming from, and two, work directly with the applicant. So right now, I guess you're looking for the data, the ones that are the orange or, are then not fully approved. Does that sound right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in. We're kind of struggling with the map today.
Oh, okay.
It's post-COVID, trying to, do this in person. I'm going to manage expectations on this
Oh,
map.
that's right, it's right up there.
So on the legend, it says the red is permits under review, and then the orange is there's been permits issued.
Okay.
Now I'm going to do a qualifying statement. A lot of times they come back in for a revision, and because of the way that technology of the map is, there could be a red dot on top of an orange dot, and so it'll look red. So the underlying permit could be issued, they come back in for a revision, and that shows an application in review, and now the color turns to red, and so then it looks like, oh, it's not approved or permitted. So you just,
Okay.
as Joe was saying, you need to toggle through those different data tables so you understand what's all happening on that parcel. So
Okay.
that's just a clarifying statement as far as how to read the map.
Thank you. And a little bit related to that, as long as we're digging down the data hole here, is the Carpinteria overlay area has a certain number of acres that it was allowed to, well, the county was allowed to permit. So, and where are we on that total?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, as of today, I think we've approved 165 acres within the Carpinteria area. So that's still about 20 acres remain within the business license cap.
Okay.
And then again, that business license cap is maintained through the CEO's office and not through P&D. We just track how many acres we've approved.
But, so that 165 acres is what P&D has approved, not necessarily for business license?
Correct.
Okay,
That is exactly well. That's what we have approved.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions at this point, because it's all coming in data.
Okay, I'm going to make two quick comments. Mr. Singer, I join my fellow commissioners in admiring the completeness of your report. I can remember not too long ago when your very first presentation before us. One thing I noted as I was reading the report that I thought was worth bringing to the Commission's attention is the inclusion of the Statement of Overriding Considerations, of course, which was adopted by the board, I don't know how many years ago. It was in response to the review of the PEIR. Whether you agree with the scope of the PEIR or not, or the Statement of Overriding Considerations, it's a lengthy, complete document that's useful to review. If it seems long, well, it's much shorter than the PEIR is, and it sort of, you can see the PEIR and the reflection of it in the Statement of Overriding Considerations. So it's just something worth looking at to better understand the PEIR, and I'm glad you included it. It may have been included in every single staff report, and I never noticed it before, or I forgot, but I'm pleased to see it this time. Also, I noted that Secretary Wilson was a little apologetic of, everybody in the room and answering questions. I see that as a strength of development review, that we have an able planner, and we have 3 supervisors at different levels right here in the room, and you're all very conversant with the subject matter in general and in the particular case. So I appreciate that. There's nothing to apologize for. And I include Mr. Dargiel, Mr. Sewards, and Mr. Wilson, all experienced practical planners. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's move on to the appellant's presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I
yes.
would, I do have a follow-up. We do have some more information from our enforcement supervisor on the prior question from Commissioner Bradley. So we do have a total of 538 complaints that we have received. But looking at them, some are not specific to the site. So you would have to really go through and parse out each one just to see what the distribution is. And then I guess the other comment would be Article 2 doesn't prevent the experience of odors within the public right-of-way, which many of these complaints are. So that's something else to note.
Okay. So our next will be our appellant's presentation, and who will be making that?
I will.
Okay. Beg your pardon? Yes, I'm going to ask that. And why don't you step to the podium so we can hear your answers to my questions?
Pardon? Yes, we did.
And so the first thing I'm going to ask you is approximately how long do you need for your presentation? Typically, we go 15 minutes, and I'll add 5 minutes for rebuttal, and also the fact that no one ever estimates it correctly, and so I know I need to add times. But is 20 minutes enough for you?
I'm
both?
hoping it will be.
Okay, well, I'd like
Okay.
to kind of pin you down somewhat.
Okay, let's say yes.
Are
okay.
you comfortable with that? If you're not, I can add to it.
Well, let us add 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll say 25, and I
will,
hope to
and
do
are
it
there
20
other folks that are members of Concerned Carpinterians that will be speaking?
Anna Carrillo, and I don't know if, several of them were supposed to call in, so I'm not sure if that has happened or not.
Okay. I don't want to give offense, but I've never been sure exactly how Concerned Carpinterians is organized. I mean, is there a board and a president and a secretary, et cetera? If you're literally managing members, of any organization, I like to have you all speak within the presentation. If it's more members of the public and so forth, I have you speak in the public comment period, or not the public comment period, but the period reserved for comment from public members.
I would agree that that would be a very good thing to do, to have more of them come. Okay, one of the problems, Anna and I are both retired, and we have time to come and speak. And I think some of the people who are working, because this process has gone on so long, we can certainly talk with them and ask them to come. I am a member, first of all, let me start by saying good morning. I am Sandra Weil. I am a member of the Concerned Carpinterians, the Santa Barbara Coalition, and the Friends of Shepherd Mesa. I have been involved, and my husband also, from the very beginning. And this has been a solution that we have been looking for from the very beginning. I mentioned I'm a retired educator, 35 years. I spent 32 and a half years in Los Angeles Unified. I was a teacher, a dean of discipline, and an administrator in charge of attendance and discipline. So as we begin our 7th year, I want you to know that the Concerned Carpinterians appreciate the renewed October 2022 OAP that was submitted by Mission Wellness Associates and Graham Farrar, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly. We do appreciate that, and the reason why we did an appeal in March 2022 is because we feel that these items had not been taken care of. What we have found since we got a copy of the revised OAP that came from October 2022 is it is better, but it's not sufficient, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. We are not, or they are not, using in this new plan, they are not using the best air control technologies in all 3 greenhouses. One thing I want to say, and we'll go to slide 2, please. My iPad wouldn't work today, and so I'm going to be winging it. As I said, it's not sufficient, and these are our reasons. Because of the numbers since last year, there's been a doubling of the odor complaints, and I'll be talking a little bit more about the odor complaints. This is a problem. And starting at the very beginning, when we were talking, and I've been before you as a speaker before, and I've been before the Board of Supervisors, talking about the odors, and we have been told that it really doesn't affect us. And I am one person who has been affected by it. And I can say that I today am representing residents that live nearby this facility and those who live a distance away. And I am affected when I drive by. It does bother me. And I did listen, and I heard what you said about it doesn't apply. To me, it applies, because if you have your windows down, it's in your car, it's in your clothes. We've even had our windows up, and it's still with us. So I want to talk more about that. So one of our main things that we're asking for is for all 3 greenhouses to have the regenerative carbon scrubbers, because they are the best technology. And that's part of the agreement that was signed with the Santa Barbara Coalition to have the best technology for better air. It's not 100%, it's somewhere between 83.9 and 90%. And that's a great start. And we're hoping that we'll have even more technology jumping in and helping us. We are not happy with the Benzico vapor phase system, and 5601 is using it now, is my understanding. And as we go by, it's interesting, you can smell the cannabis on one end, and then you smell a mixture on the other end. And so we can say definitely emitting from that particular address. We are also looking at the perimeter pipes. I believe they were installed in 2018. And there are some new pipes to be installed along the ridge vents. But when we look through the new OAP, we're just hoping that that's really going to happen. We have heard that maybe that's not going to happen. And anything that improves would be fabulous on this odor issue. We also noticed that there's no plan to phase out the vapor phase system. It's my understanding at 4701, and I believe the grower next to that, they have the regenerative carbon scrubbers, and after 6 months, they did phase out the Benzico. And that's one of our main concerns, is to have, once the scrubbers are in there, the Benzico is there, we're hoping after 6 months, 5601 could also get rid of that phase system, just as the others have done. And again, we're asking for the best available control technology. I have happened to talk to Lionel Neff, who has been walking by our house, and I have talked to him several times. He is one of the gentlemen that helped negotiate the contract with carp growers. And we expect the carp growers to give us the best possible solution to this odor problem. And this is what they signed for, and this is what we expect. Next slide, please. As I said before, we filed our complaint in March of 2022. So here we are, approximately 11 months later. Everything takes a long time, but we are hopeful and really hope in this 7th year that we begin to get some solutions, not only for 5601, but the others. What he is currently using are the 6 Camphil carbon filters and the Benzico vapor system. I can say to you specifically, by being right there, it's not working on the odor control. This operation is, as they say, one of the smelliest in the valley. And I've talked to several other greenhouse growers, operators, and what's interesting is they have agreed with me. Some residents live 675 feet away, but there are many others in the city of Carpinteria who have odor issues, and they live within those 1,000 feet. And, which I found horrifying because I wasn't aware, there are 2 more on the east side of Casitas Pass when you come off the freeway, that first section of Casitas Pass. They are right across the street from residents. They will be very close to residents. And because they got their approval before the SCS study was released in November of last year, and they're not members of carp growers, what is their incentive to use the regenerative carbon scrubbers? We have a great concern with that. Next slide, please. Okay, in the new plan, let me see if I can work this. In the new plan, these are the cam fills right here. These are an older model. They are not the best air quality control. We are thrilled with the other regenerative carbon scrubbers. Our contention is they're not enough, because it has been said that the best way to really control and get that 83.9% or even the 90% is to have 10 carbon scrubbers, the newest variety, per acre. And 5601 has 3 acres, I believe it's 3.39 acres if we look down here. And so that's what we're asking for. We're asking for these to join the other 2 greenhouses and have 30 carbon scrubbers, not, what would this be? This would be 18 in front of us, 2 groups in greenhouse 1 and 2. It's my understanding there is a wall in between the greenhouses of 1 and 2. Okay. And then, of course, we have greenhouse 3. The processing building, I believe, is enclosed. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the SES engineers did a study in November 20, or published the study in November of 2022. I was a part of the study. I was even quoted, I guess, in some articles saying, I'm looking for a solution. That's why I participated. And I was well treated, but I sat for 2.5 hours twice and inhaled the various vapors and things that came through their smell test. And I have to say, the first time I walked out, I was walked out by one of the other growers. I was a bit dizzy. I have asthma, I have AFib, and I have sleep apnea. And these are obviously 3 things that really concern breathing. And so I do have a problem with breathing, and I do have a problem with even driving by. Also, looking at Appendix F, the programmatic EIR is outdated. When it was written, carbon scrubbers were deemed the best way to go in Denver enclosed greenhouses, but they are not best for open vented greenhouses. And I remember several of the speakers when we were going before you or before the supervisors saying, we need the carbon scrubbers. They are the best. Well, now we're finally there. The new OAP is saying, yes, I'm going to put some in, but we're saying, please put in 10 per acre. I want to go to the bottom. In the agreement, the Santa Barbara Coalition of Responsible Cannabis and Carp Growers had an agreement, as I mentioned, in August of 2021. Carp growers, member farms commit to continuously employing the best available control technology based on backed analysis at specific sites and controlling odors from their facilities per this contract. When I talked to Lionel Neff, he said he expects Graham and the other growers to hold to this contract and agreement that they signed and help us, because that was the whole purpose of having an agreement with carp growers, was to work on this odor issue. So they made a commitment, and we are working for the residents of Carpinteria, the city, especially if we have these other 2 that come online and they start, growing on Casitas Pass, in addition to 5601. Also, just down the road, 5775 also has a cannabis odor. And it's not as often as 5601, but it is a definite odor. So you put all of these four in that same vicinity and across from residents, I can't even imagine when the other two might go up. Those other two have a permit, and they're waiting on their business permit. Okay, thank you. One more, please. Okay, this is another vision of the location of these various grows. And unfortunately, let me see if I can get here. This is one of them that's right across from these residences, and he has no incentive for carbon scrubbers. And the other one is down here, and this person has no incentive for carbon scrubbers because they are not carp growers. They have not signed an agreement with the coalition. So we put the various, and you can see how many are there. And you can see the fact that the second bullet point, I'd like to talk about that. 5601 along with 5980 and 6030 are the three growers that are using the benzoco at this time. And it's not working. 6030 has agreed to install the regenerative carbon scrubbers within 24 months. And the two that I was talking about that happen to be right across from all these houses, they will all be in that 100 or 1,000 foot range. They are only going to use the buyer's vapor system. Okay. We have a concern about the piping. It is our understanding that it's going to be replaced. It was first put up in 2018. And we want to make sure when it goes up, because it says in the new OAP that the ridge vent piping will also be used. It is the yellow lines. I was looking at the little tiny picture that was in the new OAP, and I'm assuming that that will help by having it higher. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. One thing that I wanted to mention before we talk about benzoco. 4701, which is Ed Van Wingerden, and the next one over is his brother Wynn. They have the carbon scrubbers. They have stopped the benzoco vapor phase. And so this is why we're talking about it. Can we get to the point that we really can control this odor? They say it's an actual deodorant neutralizer, and many people characterize it as like a laundromat or, various smells of citrus or whatever. But mixed with the cannabis, it's very hard to tolerate. And mind you, I'm one of those residents that drives by, and it's very hard to tolerate. There have been health issues that are causing respiratory ailments from the neighbors of the cannabis operators that are using benzoco. There are some, and you're aware of some, that are so serious that they're really considering a lawsuit. Knowing Ed Van Wingerden when he was a flower grower, and being there 6 years ago when we all started, Ed Van Wingerden was not going to do anything. When the lawsuit happened, he wanted to do something because obviously no one wants that. And I happened to run into Doss Williams at the Brass Bird, and he came up and talked to me, and he is concerned about the residents and the lawsuits and the feelings, obviously, within the whole community and what has gone on. Even though it was approved as being okay for 2021, there are many residents that consider it a nuisance and a health issue. The other thing I'd like to say, there has not been a long-term study on cannabis, the vapor phases, benzoco, as how it affects the health of people. Next slide, please. So these are some of the health issues. The staff report does say there's no substantial evidence. there are people who have complained about it. They complain about headaches. They complain about shortness of breath. They complain about more asthma. And they're very serious. And so if you say to me, oh, no, you don't smell it. Oh, no, it doesn't affect you. It does. And when we get these long-term studies, because we know on the federal portal, they are not doing these yet, but we really need that for the long-term effect. On the third bullet point, there is a couple who live just beyond the 1,000-foot area, and they said that they have suffered, both of them. Excuse me, it's the asthma. If I don't breathe right, I start coughing. Chronic allergic reactions that worsen in the evening when the vents are opened. Our eyes water, we can't breathe. At certain times of the day or night, we can't talk without taking a pill or a cough drop. I meant to bring my cough drop up here just in case I needed it from talking here. They say, we know it's been increasing. They even thought about moving. And their quote was, asking for proof is like having to ask someone who is around cigarette smoke, smoking themselves, or around someone who's smoking, and whether or not they have become ill. And, oh, by the way, prove it. So we do need the long-term studies of the chronic effects of inhaling benzocaine. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to talk just a little bit about the ground level ozone, and it is problematic in our microclimate in Carpinteria. And it does affect and make some people's asthma worse, and we're always thinking about the children. It's much, much worse for a child as they are developing. So particulate matter pollutants below 10 microns, it's called PM10, can permanently lodge in the deepest and most sensitive areas and aggravate respiratory ailments for those who have it. I have lived, I don't know if I said this, I've lived in Carpinteria for 18 and a half years. Why am I here? I'm here because I used to live in the Santa Clarita Valley, and the smog is horrible, and the congestion has become horrible. I came to Carpinteria to breathe, and it had been better, much better. Children are particularly at risk in that the PM10 overexposure has been linked to chronic bronchitis. Next slide, please.
Ms. Wheel?
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment.
Okay.
Give you a soft warning that you've gone 20 minutes.
Okay.
So there'll be a hard cutoff at 25, and you just have to decide how much of your next 5 minutes that you have do you want to use up now or have available during your rebuttal.
I would like to have it during the rebuttal.
Well, then you pretty much ought to
Done.
wind up right now. But I'll leave that up to you.
No, I
I don't
want to
know how
have a
much you have
rebuttal.
left, and-
I want to have a rebuttal.
Okay.
So let's do that.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Then let me ask if any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Ms. Wheel while she's up at the podium. And that doesn't count against your time. And we're
Okay, thank
doing
you.
our questions. And so Commissioner Bridley.
Just one really quick one, Ms. Weil. Lionel Neff, what was his role in the beginning of this program?
Okay, he and Rob Solomon were the two main people that met with, I believe it was 13 growers at the time, or possibly 10. And I wanted to say Graham was a leader at that point and a negotiator with these two gentlemen, Lionel Neff and Rob Solomon.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Any other questions? If no one else does, I have. Oh, okay.
I do.
Yes, and Commissioner Cooney.
Ms. Weil, one of the slides you didn't get to showed it's headed insufficient parking. And could you just in a very quick fashion indicate what your concern is there?
Okay. Since we drive by very often, I counted cars basically for years, and we see sometimes 40. Usually, last Monday, the 23rd, there were 19 cars. And I noticed in the OAP, there is room for 7 on site. I don't know how for years when we had 30, 35, 40, I don't know when we got down to 19 last Monday where the other cars are and where they're parked.
Do you know that these cars are all parking for this particular applicant?
I believe they are because there's a space, and then there is another operator grower, and those people, they have had 5 to 6 cars, 2 or 3 cars parked on Casitas Pass by the building. So I don't know why there would be a space in between. There was if they were parking on Casitas Pass, they would be parking there and not walking the distance.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry to take your extra time.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions.
Okay.
And I'm going to state my 3 questions, and you decide whether you want to answer them now or think about it and answer them in your rebuttal, okay?
Okay.
And I'm hoping that the applicants are listening because you'll want to consider the same questions, okay? So the first one deals with your comment that you're hoping that there'd be a phase out of the vapor system.
Yes.
I will tell you that puzzles me a little bit because the first project we had that dealt with carbon scrubbers is asking to include them was David and Cindy Van Wingerden as operators. I don't know if that's the same thing as 4701 or I don't know these by address.
I don't believe it's the same.
Okay, well, anyway, their point was that they would have both the vapor phase and the carbon scrubbers, and the carbon scrubbers would eliminate most of the odor during the day and into the evening, and then as the vents are opened in the early hours of the morning and it's burped out, so to speak, that the vapor phase would catch what's left. And even if the vapor phase wasn't on all the time, that the vapor phase would be available as a backup if the scrubbers weren't working or if there was a particular high scent period, high odor period, and that there was a benefit to having both systems in place. Now, I know that other projects we dealt with, for example, Cresco, which is not going to happen, said, no, we're going to dispense with the buyer system because there's an operations cost of buying the EcoSorb and putting it into the air.
Right.
And then I know there are some people that object to the scent of the vapor phase emissions more than they do of the cannabis emissions. But I don't know why you want to see that eliminated in 6 months. I could just as easily argue you would hope to see it continue. So do you want to answer that now, or do you want to reserve that for your rebuttal?
I would love to, I want to save it for the rebuttal because I want to hear what the gentlemen have to say regarding that. Okay?
Okay, now here's another technology question. You've repeatedly referred to wanting the regenerative scrubbers instead of CAM-fill because CAM-fill is an older technology.
Right.
And you've referred to how many per acre and so forth. I appreciate you quantifying. It's a little hard for me to understand because I think an industry-wide measure of scrubbers over decades has been how many cubic feet per second does a scrubber process. And an Infinity scrubber might be a different size than a CAM-filled scrubber. So I'm not sure we're comparing, we might be comparing apples and oranges. And there are some who would argue that a CAM-filled scrubber, which maybe is a little more expensive in the sense you actually have to dispose of the scrubbing media and replace it or recycle it, is actually a more proven and effective technology, perhaps. So again, I'm a little puzzled why it's so important for you to see that regenerative scrubbers be used instead of other scrubbers. The disposal of the media is one question, but I think the most important aspect of a scrubber for the public is, does it scrub the odors out with the charcoal? Okay. Do you want to talk about that now or save that?
Does this count against me if I say something?
It does not, but it's
Okay, I would like to say something. Okay, again, we're talking about best practices. The CAM-fill are older, and I did talk with Lionel Neff, and he's more of an expert than I am. I have to say to you, as a layperson, I've had to read a lot to try to understand the technology. What I have been told and what I have read about, that the regenerative carbon scrubbers are the best available scrubbers to use now. I've also been told that 6 would not be enough, but 10, because that's the recommendation, 10 per acre. And I discussed that also with Lionel Neff. And when I told him, he already knew about the plan of not enough scrubbers, and he just shook his head. He said, no. I think they need to live up to the contract. They need to do what we negotiated, and that's the best possible.
Okay, now that's a perfect segue into my last question for you
Okay.
to consider answering now or later. I realize there are two separate organizations, the Concerned Carpinterians and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, okay? And that they don't always agree with each other.
That's correct.
And in fact, there have been numerous hearings in which members of Concerned Carpinterians have criticized the coalition and its entry into this agreement. So again, it's a little puzzling to me to have members of Concerned Carpinterians saying what we expect to enforce that settlement agreement, because that's one that's with the coalition. And so in the ideal world, I would hear from the members of the coalition as to whether they think that agreement has been violated or not, or will be violated in this, and how they intend to enforce it. And so that might be something you would address in your, at least in rebuttal, unless you have knowledge right now. You've referred to what Mr. Neff had to say.
Yes.
You know, as Commissioner Cooney would agree, that's hearsay to us. That's
I
not Mr. Neff
understand.
being here. And I'm not understanding exactly what his position is. I know his experience and so forth. But at some point, it will be interesting for us to hear what the coalition's position is on this, even more so than your position with regard to enforcement of their agreement with the Carpinteria growers.
Right, and I think that's in the last
Okay. Well,
slide that we
well, then
have.
maybe you should bring that up in rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, we're close to 10:30, so we're going to take a break until 20 minutes of 11, okay? And then we'll resume with well, I assume there's no further questions of Ms. Wheel by commissioners? Then we'll resume with the applicant's presentation. So be geared up and ready to go. All right, well, thank you. All right, we'll reconvene, and the next thing we'll do is have the appellant's presentation. That's right, the applicants. Unless you wanted more of the appellant's presentation, but anyway, we'll go to the applicants. And I'm going to ask that you limit your total presentation, that is opening and rebuttal, to 25 minutes as the
We can do
appellants.
that.
And you break it up as you wish between those two, and you break it up as you wish between you and Mr. Higgins and Mr. Ficker.
Great.
Okay.
We should have a presentation in there, yeah. There you go. Yep, and you got the right one?
We're ready. And I know who you are, but you'll
Yeah.
state your name, won't you?
It looks like this isn't working. Will you change the slide? Okay, great. Hi, thank you very much. My name is Graham Farrar, Chair Park, Commissioners. Good to see you all. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you also for staff's help today. Next slide, please. So just a note here to kind of set the stage a little bit, that this project was first approved by the director almost a year ago. And I think it's worth noting that if it hadn't been appealed at that point, a lot of what we're talking about here today would have actually been already implemented. And I think that many of the complaints that we see from the appellants would actually hopefully have been mitigated by now, instead of still being in discussion on how it gets implemented. So we are anxious to improve the site. It's, again, I think worth noting that many of the things that are being asked for, we're actually limited from being able to do because of the site being under appeal and not having an approval. So towards that end, while we were waiting for this appeal hearing, things were moving. In both the information that we had, some of the additional R&D and research that has been done. So pursuant to that, we have, even though not required by the approval, have proactively updated our OAP in an effort of good faith, and we appreciate the recognition from the appellant that they appreciated that improvement, and so we have proactively approved carbon scrubbers for the site. And also, I think of note is that we have approved installing them as soon as we have a project approval, not a 12-month or 24-month delay, as has happened on a number of other projects. So we were actively trying to move this forward. Again, a note as a reminder that this site was one of the first sites in the county and has consistently been used as an R&D site. So we were one of the first sites to deploy vapor phase back when that was new technology moving over from misting. We were one of the first sites ever to employ carbon scrubbers in the front greenhouse, and some of the initial testing that actually took us down that path in there. And so we've kind of consistently been trying to push the limits on how to improve and mitigate the complaints from those in the community that are offended by the odor. So we look forward to an approval so we can actually get started on the next things that we've got listed out here and start putting them into production instead of just into discussion. Next slide, please. So we strongly support the staff's recommendation and thank them for their good work and thorough work on the recommendation for approval and addressing each of the appeal issues. Again, while the OAP revision was not a requirement because we already have an approval, we do believe that it's consistent with the work and the agreements that we've made with the coalition. So we have proactively proposed the immediate installation of a number of additional carbon scrubbers. I also want to thank people, Sandra mentioned in there that, there's a number of folks out there that have helped with this. This farm has been, I think, probably one of the most toured farms in all of Carpinteria. So we have consistently kind of opened our doors to host people and figure out ways that we can improve the operations of the farmers and how they interface with the community. It is, as I mentioned, unfortunate that the appeal has delayed a number of these things. It's going on 10 months now that a lot of this could have been in place if it wasn't for the process here. Next slide. So I'm going to hand over to Jay, but before I do that, I just want to address a couple of Chairman Park's specific questions there. So one was the county hired odor abatement specialist. We have had them out. As Jeff Wilson mentioned, I was present for the inspection. They had only one note for that, which was that our neutralizer was not stored in the shade. They felt that it should be out of the direct sun. So other than that, they were happy with everything that they saw in the operation and functioning of the system. The other is a note on vapor phase in general. We would be more than happy to phase that out. We run vapor phase at great expense. The units are about $100,000. We probably spend close to $10,000 a month, plus another chunk of change on the electricity for that. And we run it for exactly one reason, which is to make the community happy. So if what the community would like is for that to be turned off, we are more than happy to do that. Our intention in the OAP is that it remain on site as a backstop, but we have a shared goal there of eliminating or reducing the usage of the vapor phase system as much as possible. And finally, I wanted to make a note on the CAM fills. The CAM fills are a carbon scrubbing system. The carbon is specifically formulated for cannabis and is designed for that by the manufacturer. And those filters are tested every 6 months by the manufacturer to assure that they're functioning and as they're supposed to. So I noted some notes in there that they're somehow deficient. I think it's, as a matter of policy, we don't probably want to be in the place of mandating a specific vendor. And the CAM-fill systems are very similar, and their efficacy is similar as well to the Infinity scrubbers that we proposed. And then one final note, since it was mentioned, the number of complaints against the property. I wanted to take just a quick second to read, and I'm quoting from the county's odor logs here. These will be verbatim quotes. Hopefully it'll make the point quickly. So on the December 14th, reporter number 5, strong cannabis odor fills the adjacent rural highway so that all passerbys must smell it. Again, on December 14th, from the same reporter, strong cannabis odor fills the adjacent rural highway so that all passerbys must smell it. I can keep going on that about 7 times for that day, that the exact same verbatim copy and pasted complaint. So when you see a number like 500, it's important to look at what that is, because many of these, A, it points out it's on the road, which is not a standard anyway. B, it's the exact same person. C, it's multiple times a day. And D, it's copy and pasted the exact same verbiage. So me copying and pasting, I don't smell 1,000 times, doesn't carry any more weight than somebody copying and pasting that I do. So thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Jay Higgins.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commission. My name is Jay Higgins, and I'm representing the applicant. Could I get the staff presentation site plan up on the screen? The one that's colored, that one there is fine. So, I'll make a quick point that this property and the cannabis application, if approved, brings the project back into compliance with the CARPAG overlay. A little bit different than some of the older farms. This property was entitled early on, 60s, 70s, and then re-entitled in 89, 90 with a development plan and a coastal development permit. No, the timing of those was before the CARPAG overlay took effect, but a lot of the standards that were in the CARPAG overlay were already in play with P&D, in particular lot coverage and landscaping and parking. All of the properties that you've seen, I'm going to guess, have some irregularities. Those greenhouses in CARP use the term irregularities broadly, obviously. This one actually is relatively clean. Upon discovery and some due diligence, we did see that there's some greenhouse that's been attached to Greenhouse 3 on the south side there in red. That goes away, and you can see that's obviously in the setback. And so that goes away. There's a lot of water tanks and infrastructure on the property that's not in this slide that goes away. But I'll focus on the red, smaller rectangles adjacent to the processing building. There is a really large hot water overflow tank that works in conjunction with the boiler. There are some trailers and containers as well, and two of them on the west side at the bottom of your screen have obstructed parking that was part of the original entitlement. So the property gets cleaned up in terms of permit history. It's Area B here, so there would be no way to have additional structures on the property. In Area B, you've got a really constrained regulation that prevents any new structures, so really don't have any choice. But nonetheless, right now on the property already, one of the trailers has been removed just recently in the last couple of days. And so we're already freeing up more room for parking now. But of course, the standard we're working towards is issuance of the permit, building permit compliance, and restoration of the front parking lot area to permeable pavers, which will work in conjunction with a updated septic system per environmental health that'll accommodate the number of employees that we plan to have on the property. Lastly, on parking, I don't disagree that there's parking in the right-of-way. I'll say this, the good news is that your Public Works Department isn't here at the hearing. For the last few years, I think when the industry was flourishing, there were a lot more cars parked in front of this property in the vicinity. That's not the case now, due in part because a lot of the employee loads are being reduced. Traffic demand management has already kicked in anyway. The applicant uses CalVans on both the properties in Carp, and we're bringing more people onto the property to park. Lastly, the landscaping requirements here are a little tedious, but we are improving the property by restoring landscaping that was associated with the original development plan and adding new landscaping to comport to the cannabis land use standards in the code now. So the whole property will be landscaped. In particular, the frontage will have some additional trees that will help screen the greenhouse from the right-of-way. Thank you. And I'll respond to questions later if you have them.
Yes.
And can we go back to the slides that we had? Starting with the slide that says odor issues. Chair Park, members of the commission, pleasure to be here again. Jared Ficker on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to jump right into this because time is ticking, and certainly any other questions we can address in questions in the rebuttal. So if we could go to the next one, odor issues. Let me just point out the location here a little bit. As you can see, generally the project is surrounded by, other options, other ag uses, some of it being cannabis. To the west is the closest residential. I will note that is upwind of the prevailing RIN for this site. But otherwise, it's largely surrounded by other agriculture and some cannabis operations, pretty much on all sides. So we can go to the next slide, odor issues. As stated by your staff, the proposed project and its revised OAP is consistent with all elements of Article 2 and most specifically the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. The project and the applicants are signatories to the Carp Growers and Coalition agreement. I was directly involved in negotiating that agreement, so I'm happy to answer any questions and clarifications related to what that means. As such, we were actively participating in R&D, and that was one of the things that was dealt with the coalition. So at this site, we were early implementers of CAM-fill scrubbers, and we did those along the road to try and understand, and we thought there was improvement from that. But we were essentially limited in additional inputs or improvements on the system, such as ridge vent distribution for vapor phase and other things, because it required pulling building permits to proceed forward, and we can't do that until we have the very land use approval that we're asking for today. So we've been in this little bit of a chicken and egg. I think we've exhausted what we could do without building permits, but we can't do more until we do it. That's why we have a revised and slightly more aggressive odor abatement plan here for you today. Next slide, please. The appellant cites a number of odor complaints, and as Mr. Farrar mentioned, one of the things that's at issue here is verification of complaints. First and foremost, the county in its ordinance, also in odor abatement plans, have a very robust tiered response system, and I will note Commissioner Park in particular was pretty influential in making sure all applicants implemented tiered response in their odor abatement plans. But this is still a legal non-conforming property that does not have the benefit of application of this odor abatement plan until the project approved. So we could have a much more durable complaint system specified out in the odor abatement system if we actually don't continue to appeal projects and adopt them, and then that is the standard that everyone's held to. So we do have in our odor abatement plan not only a complaint and a tiered response if there's problems, but a very clear system to verify the complaint. And that's what really matters. One of the things that's been troubling to date is an ability to try and verify a complaint and run it down. And I think that's something that us as operators, the county, and others have struggled with. We're trying to get better. But once we have everyone on actually an odor abatement plan with a common set of response and verification methodologies, then we have everyone in the system essentially working with that same standard. And I think that would be much better for the county. That means we've got to get an approval and a business license. So when the project was approved, the OAP in place, it, was carefully thought through on this tiered response system, and again, that's in there. When the project receives land use approval is when we can move from that legal non-conforming status and actually follow the rules set forth not only in our project approval, but the odor abatement plan. And because we will have a business license, the county has a number of additional tools beyond nuisance to essentially deal with complaints that are verified through that system. Next slide. The odor abatement plan summary, it was informed by site-specific air dispersion modeling. So I want to remind the commission and everyone here, much of this odor abatement approach and what's going on is still a pretty large-scale research and development project. We have a lot of things, as I think many of us are here, and even some of the appellants were sitting here and insisting, 2-3 years ago, Byers vapor phase is this, Camphil's it, Invinity's it. The issue is we're still studying all this stuff, and we're trying to figure it out. And we have some new studies that came out after we revised this that suggested that the Invinity scrubbers are sort of the technology du jour. I think what we're still trying to do is contribute to the intent of research and development to fine-tune this. What I can tell you is, and this is understood in the ordinance, best available control technology is a site-specific application. Not all sites are the same. Not all sites have residential on their boundaries or a school next to them. Not all sites use the same number or concentration of flowering canopy within their greenhouses. So there is not a one-size-fits-all solution in terms of applying the technology. And what we hope to do with this is do today, start applying and putting carbon scrubbers in. We're not asking to do this 12 months or 24 months from now, but let's put that in place, start doing it, and understand how we can improve the system. And I think the fact that we are trying other technologies gives a sort of embedded A/B test that can further inform the R&D work we're both doing with the coalition, carp growers, and individual applicants. So what we are doing is supplementing the existing Camphil units with Invinity scrubbers, and now installing those throughout the system. And we have to apply for building permits in doing that, and we think that's the right thing. Our vapor phase system, as Graham said before, is really only intended, we don't want to run that, but that's the system that we have. Until we get the carbon scrubbers installed, our intention is that for that to be a backup system. But there could be things, again, as part of the R&D, we've participated in meteorological monitoring. There could be air mixing events where air's really still, or certain times of day where it might make sense to supplement carbon scrubbers with, or when we're doing a harvest, an hour or two of operation with vapor phase. So all of those things are part of this macro R&D approach of how do we get at odor abatement. And what we're trying to do is make sure we have the full suite of tools to figure that out and a variety of solutions so we can continue to test and figure out how this works. One thing I will say, and I'm kind of surprised at, we moved forward towards the Bensico solution because this commission started approving more projects with that. One of the reasons for that was, and we have it in spades, a plethora of complaints complaining about EcoSort. In candor, we're probably a little bit indifferent about what solutions, because our intention is not to continue to use these and move over to carbon scrubbers. But as stated in our odor abatement plan, we are proposing moving over to the Benzico solution because we've heard more feedback positively, not negatively. So that's why I'm a little surprised from the appellants. And I think that that operator is working more closely with APCD and others to try and have that as a solution. But again, we want to get away from that. So we're talking about optimizing vapor phase when really I think the emphasis needs to be on what we're trying to do here and now. We're not proposing to amend our odor abatement 12 or 24 months now. We're proposing carbon scrubbers now. Next slide, please. So conclusion, the staff report and presentation has thoroughly addressed each of the issues raised by the appellant. We support the recommendation for denial of the appeal and make the findings for approval of the proposed project. And it sounds like more things are happening. This is the first I've heard more synergy between the coalition and Concerned Carp. I think it was commented on previously that sometimes they were at odds in doing this, and I'm glad to see more communication and actually the Concerned Carp saying, hey, we want to do what's in the coalition agreement with carp growers. I would encourage the appellant to be more engaged with the coalition, participate in the R&D. Appealing projects is just holding up our ability to implement some of the improvements that we want to do. We could have been doing this quicker, but we can't do it with a project on appeal. We can't file for new business, building permits and other things to make these improvements. We can't have a tiered response system in our OAP without a project approval. So we're asking for that to get resolved today, and appreciate your time. I'll reserve any remaining time for rebuttal, and of course all three of us are available for questions.
Mr. Ficker, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, just like the appellants do.
Great, thank you.
And I have a few questions, but I want to give my fellow commissioners opportunity to ask their questions first. So do any of my fellow commissioners have questions or comments they'd like to make now? I saw first Commissioner Cooney and then Commissioner Bridley. So
Okay.
Commissioner Cooney, would you go ahead?
I will. Good morning, Mr. Ficker.
Yes.
It was just a few days ago, we were on the site together, and there was a lot of talk about the chicken and egg proposition you face. And it's frustrating, I'm sure, to the public and to the Planning Commission that we have a lot of promises in there, but they seem to be held up by the county's own process for permitting the new filters, for example. Can you just explain what your feeling is about the building permits coming first and when?
I think across the board, and I think you've had it in discussions even on non-cannabis stuff, timeframes for processing building permits or even just electrical permits are taking some time. But I think it's a little bit of a non sequitur, the situation we have for this specific project. We just need a land use approval. When we have a land use approval, we can file for the nested building permits that execute that land approval. What we can't do is apply for building permits without a land use approval. So when we have an appeal for nearly a year, we can't implement things and file for building permits that's subject to a land use approval that's on an appeal. So we can't even get to the point where building permits and any delays around those are an issue until we have actually a fully adjudicated land use approval, if that answers that question.
It's provoking a discussion about the process.
Yeah.
I agree, but my concern is that we do have appeals, and the reason that there are appeals is people feel that there isn't technology on site sufficient to prevent the odors, and they might be talking about the wrong greenhouse. They might be talking about a property that's in the neighborhood but not you.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not a great believer that just because you have a land use permit, the complaints are going to stop and that we're going to have building permits issued. But I do have a question on the odor abatement plan that you've submitted dated October 25 of 22.
Yes.
Is this just an idea, or is this something, if you had a land use permit in hand, that all of these things would be implemented immediately?
Yeah, we would intend to file for any necessary building permits to implement that immediately. So different, but we cannot do that until we have a land use approval. So that's the stuck position we're in. We can't make improvements that the public's been wanting because this project's been on appeal. We could have started on that much sooner. We also would have had the tiered response system and an odor abatement plan to navigate complaints in a way that gives actually the public much more tools than they have in normal nuisance law related to a legal nonconforming project. So adopting and approving a plan gives not only the public tools, but gives us certainty to actually move forward and implement what's actually in the plan. Because right now we are operating a facility with no approved odor abatement plan, no tiered response system, no way to verify complaints. What the public has is the ability to make a nuisance complaint, and we have none of the tools that this Planning Commission and the board adopted in both the cannabis land use ordinance and the business license ordinance. They don't apply here until we have an approved project and we have a business license. So we want to get that done. We've been wanting to do it for a long, long time. I understand people's frustration, but the appeal pathway is just delaying moving forward with that on land use. What we're doing here, different than many of the projects that you've seen, is we're, I think, being proactive. I think we're going to be the second operator member of CARP growers to implement carbon scrubbers in this. And we think we're doing it in a way that's going to contribute to the ongoing research and development that will continue to have others do that. What is frustrating, and I think it's partly of being really open book and doing lots of tours and other things like that, most of the projects, as was indicated by the appellant and by staff around us, weren't appealed and have, you know, vapor phase systems and other things like that. We're proposing carbon scrubbers. We want to move quickly. We want to start testing that. We want to contribute to the R&D. The science in contributing and doing that is suggesting that, you know, we don't have some of the same impacts to sensitive receptors or residential because they're not immediately around us. Do we have issues and are people experiencing odor on the road? Yes. We're committed to try and improve that, but that is not a standard under these ordinances. But nonetheless, we want to be good neighbors like everyone else, and we don't have the ability to implement those tools until we have a project approval.
Just one, try and narrow down your response to just this question.
Sure.
When I visited the site and I saw these CAM filters, which
Yes.
were in place, did you have building permits for those? You have to get building permits to put those in and improve the air conditioning?
We had electrical in those, and I think this is partly a conundrum that many experience when we adopted the pathway for, or the board adopted a pathway that allowed for legal non-conforming operations. It didn't adopt any pathway for doing this. We were getting direct feedback, hey, address odor. Everyone wants to get odor dealt with. So those CAM fill systems were installed, I believe, without permits, but we had electrical operating for them. In fact, I had a discussion with Mr. Shatillo recently, too, who was saying, why don't you do more? But we did try and do ridge vent system, ridge vent distribution and other things, and the feedback we received from the county at some point, as we started moving through the process, County P&D said, guys, you can't keep doing things without permits, or if you need permits, you have to have an adjudicated land use permit to file for those permits. So there was a lot of things done, not just at our facility, but elsewhere, to try and address the complaints from the public that at some point, you know, everyone said we can't keep just doing things without permits. And so we
just
could
to
not
interrupt,
continue.
our time is precious, as
Yes,
you
yes.
know. So I just want to know, you just said that, and this is an important point,
Mm-hmm.
that you've been told by the county without a land use permit, you can't install more scrubbers?
Yes, correct. We can't do things that require building permits without an adjudicated land use permit.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I feel compelled to clarify some of the answers, if that's okay.
Why don't you do it right now, because while it's on our minds.
Just for process-wise, we can't issue a building permit without having a land use permit associated with it. So that is the baseline. However, there are options where they can apply for building permits and run them concurrent with the land use permit, but that does come at a cost and a risk to the applicants. because they have to sign a waiver saying that they understand that they will, if the land use permit or the planning permit doesn't get approved, then they're out that cost. But they can apply, and it has been done in some cases where those processes are run concurrently. So I just want to clarify for the record that you can apply citing a waiver for a building permit. We just won't issue it until the associated planning permit is approved and fully adjudicated.
Call it at risk.
Thank you, Secretary Wilson. And so then, Commissioner Bridley?
Yeah. I really appreciate Commissioner Cooney asking that question because that was one of my first ones. The second was, I'm sorry, it was on the landscape plan. And I know that you've got the existing redwoods that are established there in the front, and I understood how they were modified in that as part of this application, you've put in additional redwoods right beneath them. And between discussions with staff and discussions with the applicant, I'm wondering if there's any way, any path that you can reconsider the specimens that you're putting underneath, that you proposed in the plans underneath the existing redwoods to some kind of a, bush or hedge or something that will achieve both odor mitigation and visual screening, which I know is the intent. But putting a row of small redwoods under a row of established redwoods is just bad arboretum.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of discourse with staff on that, and I'm going to ask Mr. Higgins to respond to that because I think he's most familiar on our team with that detail.
And it might be partially a question to staff too, if there's a way to do that as part of the final permit clearance.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I don't disagree. There might be a different solution out there. Typical, though, to these projects is something like redwoods. That's been I won't say standard, but a common practice in CARP, and that was part of the original permit. And so from a regulatory standpoint or perspective, we wanted to stay on a path there. Different species that could go in there might use more or less water. So same species was kind of an approach that we were taking. Attaching some vines or shrubs to the front or back of the fencing wasn't going to grow above the fencing. Couldn't put taller fencing there because that's a different kind of a permit or not permittable. Bamboo is kind of a no-no. We've seen bamboo not take, I think politically take with the Board of Architectural Review. And so we didn't want to do that either. And so we were kind of left with this particular solution. And also with the backstop of if it doesn't work, there's room to still maneuver within a substantial conformity. The landscaping that you're talking about in the front pertains to the development plan. And there was a substantial conformity that we applied for concurrent with the cannabis process and a land use permit to effectuate that. And that land use permit wasn't appealed. So I'm not telling you don't have discretion to ask us for that, but we're trying to narrow the discussion here to the bigger picture, realizing that at the end of the day, if the redwood trees that are in between don't appear to be working after 3 or 5 years, there's a bond, and you certainly have a captive audience with regard to that, and the licensing that has to happen annually too on top of that. And that's already been something I've experienced with other farms that have now gone through the annual licensing where we have staff comes out, look, that's not working. You need to pay attention to that or do something with that well in advance of the annual licensing coming up. And there's obviously a captive audience there too. So I feel that there's sufficient room to navigate that in the future if it doesn't work out.
Okay, thank you for that. I had one other question. The TDM plans, I know these guys have gotten smaller and smaller as we've heard cases come before us. A TDM plan should kind of be a little bit more prescriptive. Is, as an employer, I'm going to incentivize my employee to use a van or ride a bike or take the bus by XYZ, give them an extra, whatever, gift certificate. I mean, that's how these were started and envisioned. And now it's one page in the set of plans, and I guess I missed what are the incentivizations envisioned?
If that is not in there, we can do that.
Maybe it's just such small type.
No,
and I
it's,
didn't put-
it's,
I mean, and I don't know, maybe Mr. Farrar wants to explain how he does it with his other operations, but how do you get people to try to carpool or use a van pool or bike so that you minimize what's on Casitas Pass? Because
well,
that's clearly.
Yeah, the applicant will pay for the vans, that's one. But I think from a point in time, we submitted this project to P&D early, along with the Mr. Farrar's other property. This other property went through the process a number of times and was subject to the evolution of how P&D handled these. And so that got some more attention than this one in terms of the added incentives that you're probably familiar with more recent entitlements. And so we don't have any problem adding that. We can dig that condition language up. Specifically that employees can participate in van pooling can have gift cards to local purveyors. I don't remember the exact language, but if that's what you're looking for, we can do that.
Well, maybe, but maybe someone can just answer, how does that work for you now with your existing employee base? I mean, how many people are not showing up in a single occupant vehicle? Does anybody have that information?
I don't
from
have the math on that, but the other farm has Cal vans parked there every day, more than 2. So they're each 12-person vans. There's quite a bit of it. It's an incentive that doesn't need to be regulatorily incentivized because people don't have to pay for gas.
Right.
And with COVID, it wasn't as popular, but it's now becoming even more popular.
So I guess I didn't see that in the small print in the plan. And
It's not in there.
Oh, it's not in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
because it got, yeah.
I would encourage any grower, taking it back to carp growers, put that stuff in the plan because, you're asking us to ignore the evidence that we have from I parked across the street at Casitas Pass. You didn't have any parking spaces for us and it's not enough for the number of employees that you need to have for the operation. So I would load some things in your
We can do
TDM
that.
plan, right?
Well,
Because as much as you're getting improved, the intent behind that was really important to the neighborhoods too. So
we can pull a condition from the other project while you ask a different question.
I really don't want to have to fuss with that, but
Okay.
we'll see where the deliberations go.
okay.
I just that's
That's fair.
pet thing of mine. Okay, so that was pretty. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Farini, did you have any questions? No. Okay, I have three families of questions, and one I think is a Jared Ficker question, one I think is a Graham Farrar question, one I think is a Jay Higgins question, so I'll let you get some attention. I'm going to ask a legal question, and then a technical question, then a somewhat rhetorical question about housing. The legal question, and I want to be as precise as possible, if I get as precise an answer as possible, it deals with the enforcement of the agreement for tiered response, et cetera, between the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and Carpinteria Growers, okay? The other party to that agreement, Coalition, has it made a demand in any form upon your client that says you must use regenerative carbon scrubbers and not Camphil?
No.
Have they made a demand that says you must use so many per acre and that this is inadequate because there's not 10 Infinity scrubbers per acre?
They've suggested that there's a study that's come out, and this is a standard that should be there. However, that study and all considerations of best available control technology are site-specific. And so the last study we've seen on that came out in November.
And
again,
I understand,
we're still trying to
but is the
but-
coalition taking a position, to your knowledge, that your project should be denied because you have not fulfilled some requirement of the of the agreement at this point regarding the number of scrubbers?
No.
Okay, now we're going to look forward into the future a little bit, okay? I'm going to ask a similar question. So we know with the tiered response system, it's predicated upon having experience with the system and is it working or not, and it takes some period of time. So this agreement between the growers and the coalition, it envisions it's going to last for a while and be applying for a while. So if, for example, in 2 years, the coalition believes from what it's seeing that you don't have enough scrubbers, or if they're the wrong type, will they not have the opportunity to raise enforcement of their agreement at that time?
Well, there's two parts to that question, Commissioner Park. One, the tiered response system and the requirement as part of the agreement that was done with the coalition is embedded in the odor abatement plan. So therefore, it's available for everyone in the public. So the coalition does not have to enforce the tiered response system. It's embedded in the OAP. That's available for everyone. So if we have complaints that are verified and continue to show odor problems in doing it, we're going to have an obligation to make continual improvements in our odor control systems to address those. But again, that's
So
enforcement.
that goes to the best available control technology that one can make a demand in future time from the public or even from our staff or from the coalition that what you've got proposed and perhaps approved here isn't working, you need to do something else. There's
That's-
an opportunity for that to occur, not just respond to complaints, but to go beyond that.
Yeah, that's correct, but it's embedded in the odor abatement plan, so that is not a standard in the agreement. The coalition agreement required us to put stuff in here and commit to continuing to do R&D to improve things. What's in the odor abatement plan is if we continue to have odors that are from verified complaints, we work up tiers of continuing to run down the veracity or efficacy of that complaint and then make additional modifications or changes to our odor abatement plan to address that until we have no odor.
So it's your understanding that requirement that you comply with the plan is something that can be enforced not just by the other signatory to the private agreement, but by the public and of course, by the public through the county here.
Of course.
Okay, well, that's good
And
to
once
know.
we get our business license, it makes available a direct complaint mechanism to members of the public to follow our odor abatement system and that tiered response. So again, Chair Park, you were probably the most aggressive in saying, I want to see this on every odor abatement plan going forward. So this isn't in a separate private agreement. This is something embedded in the odor abatement plan available to every member of the public.
Very good. Okay. To be democratic, I'm going to ask a question. It's probably a Graham Farrar question. I hope somebody has the answer to it. Okay. Camfill comparison to Invinity. Somebody at some point should be looking at how many cubic feet per second does each unit process and compare one to the other. They may be exactly the same. They may be radically different. When I see a Camfill system, they're larger than Invinity's, but I don't know. Do you know the answer? Are we comparing one Camfill to one Invinity, or is there a different CFS measurement for the two?
Yeah, so I would say, and I think it goes back to the point that Jared made as well, is that this is still, ongoing R&D that we're still all learning. And one of the things that we think we can do with this site, with the way that we set it up, is that we can do those comparisons better. So if you would listen to each of the manufacturers, they will both tell you that theirs is the best unit and is, they would all say they're backed. The science is that they work very similarly, right? They're both custom designed for the removal of total reduced sulfurs and terpenes for cannabis. They both use carbon. They both scrub the air by passing it over a filter. I do not have the exact CFM of the Camfill units that we have. We have the big ones with the multiple filters, and the filters are sent off for testing every 6 months to assure that they haven't been clogged up or they're not too moist or any of those things, and the manufacturer kind of certifies them as whether or not they need to be replaced, in which case we replace them, or if not, then we reinstall the unit and keep going and testing again in the next 6 months. So from that point of view, they should be very equivalent technology.
I'm going to, just as a digression, and this is not a criticism of either the appellant or the applicant, but we've had a somewhat lengthy hearing here, and we're talking about something that these manufacturers advertise and put in their catalogs, just like this is green, or this is black, or this is uses 110, or this uses 240. I mean, that's how you describe scrubbers and fans, is cubic feet. Is it per minute or second? I don't know which it is.
CFM usually, which is cubic feet per minute.
And I'm
is
mindful
standard.
of some very good advice that Ms. Kim made to us last week on our standard of review, and that's a substantial evidence standard of review. And so when we make findings, we should rest them upon substantial evidence, not on conjecture. And I think that it's a good idea for those who appear in front of us to give us some substantial evidence that we can use. So that's my digression there, and I remain puzzled by this, and which makes me still unconvinced about whether to compare the two or not, just because I don't have any evidence on that. Last question, and this is the rhetorical one for Mr. Higgins, probably, and probably for him just because he's heard me ask it so many times, but he has the patience to try to give it an answer. I am increasingly desirous of workforce housing on every kind of business project in this county, especially cannabis. And we can do it, and we should do it, so that we don't have employees that are traveling from Santa Maria and Santa Paula and Oxnard to have these good agricultural jobs that they get at the cannabis sites. Two-part question, Mr. Higgins, is would the applicant ultimately be desirous of having on-site worker housing to some degree? And what are the constraints in general that you see to having that happen? Because I'm going to keep bringing this up every project.
Mr. Chair, so I think on a practical matter, the most applicants would certainly enjoy having employees on site overnight for a dual purpose, really, security and proximity to their workplace. And I think I'll assume a lot of employees would like that option as well. Constraints, we have this little thing called the Coastal Commission that is probably a barrier to that at this point because of how the county's ordinances are written as needing to be approved or if amended by the commission. So principally permitted uses is probably the biggest challenge. I think there's perhaps an opportunity to trail behind some of these projects with ag employee dwelling units. That opens up a different sort of exercise, I'll call it, with regard to utilities and septic. And I know there's been in the backdrop a big sort of behind the scenes, I wouldn't even say behind the scenes, a murmuring conversation about how best to connect a lot of CARP to the municipal sewer system. So those are bigger ticket items that I think applicants would want to take advantage of. But back to reality, not that your question is not realistic, I think it is, but having these farms function economically first is a big deal, and then taking a step back and coming back in with further requests for making them perfect in that regard with on-site residential might be, well, a great thing to dream about.
Well, thank you. You're getting better at answering my question, just as I'm getting hopefully better at asking it. But it's a good thing.
Chair Park, I had one.
Yes, go ahead,
Quick
Mr.
question,
Bradley.
and anyone, it might be a Jay or Mr. Farrar thing, but in the odor, the Benzico or EcoSorb systems, the piping is all around the seams at the top of the glass house to the structure, right? So I've always been curious, and I had this question when I first toured an old Cresco project. Why aren't some of those tubes closer to where the vents are? Like, they pop up and all the gas comes out and burps. Why aren't they there?
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Bradley, that is something that has been implemented in different phases early on. It was just perimeter because these were the recommendations at that time of the primary provider and designer of these vapor phase odor abatement systems, which was Byers.
Byers, right.
When that system wasn't working as effective, then they're saying, let's consider putting these along the vents. Where we ran into issues, and some of the conundrum is people are saying, we don't want to continue to do more on vapor phase. And even the appellant, it's a confusing thing to do is like, we'd like ridge vents, but we don't want vapor phase solution. So we'd like to invest in the future, but as part of this, if putting a distribution system across the vents, we're totally open to. But in the future, as we go to at-risk or we don't have this on permits, we'd like the certainty that we're actually doing something that's supported. We can't really satisfy everyone with some of these. What we do know is carbon is the direction to go. But if we want to have a distribution system along the vents, we're more than happy to do that. I think it's actually envisioned in part of our OAP here. But we weren't willing to do or go at risk, as was mentioned by Mr. Wilson, on things that the public is saying we don't want.
Sure. Okay,
So-
I don't think it's worth changing anything. I was always just curious about it because it seemed
Yeah.
like that would be the location where you'd want.
It really was part of the iterative or adaptive way to try and improve these systems. I think one of the frustrations is I think we've now gotten to a point where we've concluded that vapor phase, furthering trying to optimize a system that we're actually trying to stop using is kind of a
Sure.
fool's chase.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We're now at the public comment
Great. Thank you.
phase of the hearing on this item. And do we have any on Zoom, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, we do have two members of the public who have specifically signed up for this one, Gail Herson and Peter DeGray. But,
Okay.
if there's any of the other two members wanted to speak also, just raise your hand.
And I have one request to speak, only one, from people in the room. So I want to go with that person first. And that'll be Anna Carrillo. Try to hold your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I wanted to thank you, I'm Ana Carrillo, and just wanted to quickly explain, David and Cindy Van Wingerden's on Cravens, which the first one that came in with, having a Byers carbon scrubbers, they have side venting. So they come out of the window, so that's, the first one that was approved, anyway, so I just wanted to share that. And then it's 4701 Foothill and 3684 who no longer use the vapor phase, as far as I know. So they phased that out or never, just because they felt their regenerative carbon scrubbers were working fine. So unfortunately, I know Graham, I respect him, but the odors from his facilities are the problem. Initially at this site, it was the peon, which is still what's the perimeter, piping. All we know is that, from what the planner told me, is that, from after we made the appeal in March for a better odor abatement system, which he has presented, a better odor abatement system, we don't think it's quite enough, but it's better than it was. He's putting in the regenerative carbon scrubbers, and then using Benzico. And as far as I know, Benzico was being used first initially at the 5980 and the 6030. I actually visited the business next door to 5980, and it smelled. So that's why I can say that I didn't feel the Benzico was working. So that, was my comment there. And you've heard about the number of complaints. Now, what I've been told, and again, I'm not a scientist, but and I was told by two different, sources, that the Camphil's carbon scrubbers are not designed for open vented greenhouses. Now, I'm hearing a different story from them, but it's not like I can argue with them. That's what I've been told. It's an older system, and that's why we think the Infinity, because they've done the study, for showing that that's a better, better abatement system. And then we feel that 12 is not enough because, again, the study indicated that it should be 10 per acre. And as far as I know, the increase in odor abatements from the, 200-something in March when we filed it, I was shocked when I was told all of a sudden it's the 538 with those cam fills there in the front, right there on Casitas Road, Casitas Pass Road. Okay, so Graham is a signer to this agreement. I happen to live right by the polo field, and unfortunately, his other project, 3561, I've complained. I used to get responses. I complained last week. I did not get a response from either the county nor, and the comments were, we'll look into it, it's being logged. But I didn't get any response from that. And I also complained too now because carp growers and the coalition have put their complaint system together. And I did get a comment from Peter DeGray that, yes, he would check with the growers, but I haven't heard anything, back from that.
I'm going to give you your 30-second soft warning.
All right, okay.
And I'm giving you that much extra time because you've
Okay.
been so brave to keep coming here all these years. And because
Okay,
nobody
thank
else
you.
is in the room ready to talk. So you go
Okay.
for it, but
All
let's
right.
keep it to 30
The Planning
seconds.
Commission, for the last 8 meetings dealing with the CDPs in Carpinteria, have either requested or modified the use of the or they've come in with the regenerative carbon scrubbers in their OAPs. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the folks that are on Zoom, or hopefully they're still on Zoom.
We do have a couple left.
So
First-
you pick one.
Okay. Our first speaker will be Gail Herson, to be followed by Peter DeGray.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much for having me. First of all, I'm going to go a little off my script because I do want to respond to this notion of complaints. It feels as a community member that we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. We've been pretty much trained by the complaint system to stop complaining because we get no results, we get no enforcement. It's an onerous process. It's very hard to know exactly where all the smells are coming from. So if indeed I had complained every time I went by that facility and smelled it and got nauseated and headaches on my way into town, you could just add another 2,000 complaints on there, because that's how many times I go by that facility and my car stinks. When I come back to my car later, it still reeks of that oily, nasty odor. So I just want to say the complaints numbers that you're seeing are minuscule compared to the people that are actually suffering with this situation. So thank you for reconsidering about those complaints. I am thrilled that Mr. Farrar is going to be using regenerative carbon. I presented this to Doss Williams 6 years ago and as the best available technology. So really, I'm absolutely celebrating that y'all are going to do this. What I want to be sure of is that you're using enough of them and that we don't wait another 2 years of R&D to get enough of them. So it's really important. I love the fact that you all want to get rid of the Benzico vapor phase system. We know from testimony from Dr. Hahn and his wife that they've had severe respiratory issues. A child has had severe vomiting from it. The doctor says it's from Fogco, the same as Benzico. So it's really important to get rid of those things. But we know that whatever they're currently using at this facility is not working because it still smells horrible every single time we go by. I just want to continue talking a little bit about this situation of what's being used. Benzico, children have vulnerable brains that are developing. We know that they're harmed by smoking cannabis. Stands to reason that they'll also be harmed if they have to inhale the vapors of it. But we also don't know what are in these vapor systems. So I think it's really wise to try and get rid of them. You know, last week when I was weeding my avocado pollinator habitat, I suffered not only from smelling the really gross cannabis odors, but also the air smelled like bathroom deodorizer. And it's done that for several days in a row, which I suppose is the Benzico vapor. It is absolutely revolting. It's like living in a public bathroom. Why do I have to smell that at my house? And also I'm concerned because we don't know the effect of these emissions, both cannabis emissions and the emissions of benzocaine or the other one on our vital pollinators. I mean, are these emissions going to confuse or repel our already troubled honeybees and native bees? Does it divert them from pollinating my avocado ranch? If we
Ms.
don't have
Herson,
bees, we don't.
can you wrap it up now?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We don't want vapor phase. I'm thrilled you're going to be getting rid of it. Mr. Farrar, I know you want to be a good neighbor, so I expect that you're going to put enough of these 30 regenerative carbon scrubbers in and eliminate the vapor phase emissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Herson. And who's left, Mr. Villalobos?
Our next speaker will be Peter DeGray, and Mr. DeGray will be our last speaker unless anyone else wants to be called on, raise your virtual hand.
Mr. DeGray, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Chair Park, honorable commissioners, for considering comments today. Apologies, I did want to be there in person. I have a little bit of the elementary school flu today, so I'll keep that at home. And so I'm representing Carp Growers. That's our Cannabis Farmers Association, all greenhouse grown in Carpinteria Valley. We ask that you do deny this appeal and grant permit to Glasshouse, one of our founding members. And Glasshouse and Graham really stand out among member farms because Graham was president early on and really one of the first ones to put his neck on the line, open the doors to the community, and really invite anyone in who was curious about cannabis farming. And it was this very property that he showcased all those years ago, even though there was friction in the community. And he really helped to show people that, this is a transparent industry and open that line of communication. Mr. Ficker mentioned earlier that might have landed a little bit more of a target on his back, but we do appreciate his openness, and I think that the community members did as well. On the issue of odor, the odor abatement plan here uses advanced odor technology, including the Infinity scrubbers, which we're excited about. That should be a move that's applauded and is only possible through the hard work in partnership with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis is driving the R&D. Really, Carpinteria Valley has become a global leader in greenhouse odor abatement. And so each property will have its own plan for deploying odor abatement technology. So the plans are site-specific, addressing conditions on the property, and abating odor in line with the county ordinance, as well as I mentioned, our agreement with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. And in regards to the complaints, since December of 2022, members of the public have been invited and encouraged actually to register odor observations directly at carpgrowers.org. So anyone can log on there, enter their observation, including the time and location of the event. And that's important information because our members use these as data points that can be correlated with weather and operations on site at the time to improve outcomes. And we are, Anna Carrillo, who spoke earlier, did file an observation recently, and we did get back to her and still working on, I guess, providing more feedback on a site check there, but it is designed to be in real time and responsive. So I just wanted to add that and say thank you for your time and thank you for supporting cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley.
Thank you, Mr. DeGray. Okay, now we're going to move to our rebuttal portion. And so appellants will go first, and you have 5 minutes. I hope you don't use it all, but if you need to, go for it.
Okay. First of all, I would like to talk about the enforcement. It puts a lot of responsibilities on the residents. And I have to say, in the 6 years that have passed, now we're in the 7th year, many of them have given up because they haven't gotten a response. And then there are the ones that are afraid to speak up. And so I don't think it should be put just on the residents. I would say to all the owners and operators, you work there. Your employees are there. You can smell it. If we can smell it in our homes, if we can smell it in our cars, if we can smell it as we drive by, I know you can smell it too. And you know that it needs to be fixed. It's very, very important. I would like to say to the 3 gentlemen that spoke, thank you for the communication. I really appreciate it. It's a learning process. very much a learning process. And it helps all of us. And the thing that's really sad is a lot of our public, they don't understand. They don't know what to do. They don't get a response. We need more articles, we need more things, more invitations, more times to talk to each other so we really understand and respect each other and not just be angry. At the very beginning, and even now, I have to say there's a lot of resentment, and it's suppressed because some of the growers have been in our community, grew up in the community, and they are not respected. They are not liked. And I knew some of the growers from years back and worked with them. And I know there's a good person there, but because of this animosity that's gone on for all these years, because we haven't dealt with this, we need to work as a community because we have such a concentration and it hasn't been taken care of with the odor. So that would be one of my rebuttals. And I would say to Mission Wellness Associates, to Graham in particular, be a leader. You have been a leader. And if our appeal is denied, I would ask for some conditions. I would ask for the 30 Inventive scrubbers. And I noticed that that was mentioned, and I do believe, and I'm not sure if Anna, well, she did mention it, they're best for open greenhouses. And this is something that came from the study, so I would ask for that. I'm asking for a condition that says if they're in, if things are working, you have said that you will phase them out, you would like to. We would like that. I would like a condition put in for the landscaping to make sure that really happens, and a condition for the transportation so we don't have all the cars parked out on Casitas Pass Road. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to appeal this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments. I think it's great food for thought about more cooperative communication. And now we'll go to the applicant's rebuttal, and you have 5 minutes, which
Okay,
I
Mr.
hope you
Chair.
don't use, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments just made. I have seen the animosity dissipate. Doesn't mean it's not still there. But there was animosity in the community before cannabis came between, residents and growers. It's been there for 50 years. It's a more traditional land use conflict than just the cannabis industry has created. So that's our backdrop. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that the maybe regulatory fatigue felt by the neighbors out there, the coalition, et cetera, hasn't been exacerbated by the appeals. So we are trying to get through, and to staff here in the room, I would like to thank you for not leaving this process because we're getting close to being done. So thank you for your stamina. I will go ahead and volunteer that we can agree to some changes to the project, in particular the condition of approval with respect to odor control. Because there's ambiguity, I'll say, on a practical level with how the process works with legal nonconforming grows, the building permit process, permit approval durations, permit issuance durations, ability to extend those. That my word would be ambiguity. But we would like to just go ahead and put a condition of approval on the project that the odor abatement system be, the subject of the odor abatement plan be implemented within 12 months of the approval. That cuts down any other potential delays that are out there with respect to the rest of the process that's still out there for us to deal with. And so we do need to apply for that precise building permit for the odor control system that we now are wanting to have adjudicated through this process. The 12 months, I think, it keeps our feet to the fire. It also does something to possibly keep this project from being appealed because it's 12 months from approval. That approval date gets dragged out if there's an appeal to the Board of Supervisors. So we feel like that's a fair compromise. And not only a compromise, but it is on top of what the code states that we're required to do. And obviously, that's on top of what we're already doing that you've heard here before with volunteering the Infinity Scrubbers. If you're interested in us putting front loading, so to speak, the Infinity Scrubbers, there's 12 that we have, that there's the 6 that front Padaro, rather than having those cam fills that front Padaro. That
Don't
Sorry.
put them at Padaro.
Casitas Pass Road, we'll do that. We do need to keep the cam fills, though, on the property because we're still conducting R&D. So we're not interested in adding more. Those scrubbers that are on our OAP are what we're going to live up to, and where they go on the project and the site plan. If you'd like us to move the cam fills to the back greenhouse, that's fine. I do have a condition of approval I've pulled from another project with respect to incentivizing employees, so we can codify that, which is employees that get paid while they're taking a transit and they're on the clock. So that's a pretty big incentive. So if you want that, we can do that too. So I'm over my time,
Okay.
I think.
Thank you. And now we'll look to staff to ask, do you have any response to anything you've heard in the presentations from applicant, appellant, or public? And then when you've stated your response, I'll ask my fellow commissioners if they have any questions of staff. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dargell.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a couple things we just wanted to clarify really quickly. I think I'll go, and then I'll have Mr. Singer follow up with another item. So there's been a lot of discussion about this SES study by both sides, and so we kind of wanted to just make a brief statement about that staff has reviewed that study, and it's a very site-specific study. And we're also working with our consultant to review that study, and we'll have some questions for SES going forward about some of the details of that report. So I think our conclusions about that report are still forthcoming. But it certainly, I think at the end of the day, what we see is that it's a study that's site-specific, and it's not a study on the use of scrubbers on all sites. So that's the main point I wanted to make. And then, Ben, if you wanted to go ahead with the other item.
Mr.
Yes,
Singer,
thank you.
go ahead.
As was touched on a couple times regarding parking both on site and on Casitas Pass Road, I wanted to clarify that the site will have 10 parking spaces. It was mentioned that there are 7, but with the removal of the trailers and the storage buildings on site, it'll be up to 10. Parking will not be allowed on Casitas Pass Road for this, but that is not something that can be enforced until the CDB has been issued. And at that point, it'll be enforced that parking is not allowed on Casitas Pass Road for the project. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff? I have one, but I want to let everybody else have the opportunity to go first.
Well, yeah, I do on that.
Commissioner Bradley, go ahead.
That very topic. So it's a state highway. How is that going to be enforced?
Commissioner Bradley and through the chair, the operator is currently operating in a legal non-conforming status. So they don't have a permit that P&D is utilizing to enforce conditions of approval. So if there are issues, say it's a right-of-way. So if there are issues with Public Works or with Caltrans, with members of the public parking in that area, that could be enforced that way. But from P&D's perspective, we do not have a nexus to enforce a condition of approval on them until they have an issued permit.
And so, let me make sure I understand this. So if the permit says that you have 10 spaces on site for your employees, then the reverse of that is true, that no site parking can be off-site? I mean, that's really making a leap. I guess Mr. Singer made a comment that once it's permitted, then there would be no there would be no parking permitted on Casitas Pass, which I guess I'm having a hard time understanding how that gets around.
I see. I think maybe to clarify, to be consistent with the STDMP, the applicant's employees would need to follow the different options within the STDMP, which is utilizing the different methods of transportation to and from the site, as well as parking on the site. So parking on Casitas Pass is not part of that STDMP, and so they would be found in violation of their STDMP if they were parking on Casitas Pass.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here's a very contemporary question. It's very close to noon. We've heard suggestions by Mr. Higgins of two conditions of approval that the applicants would agree to and even propose. Call it a compromise. One was on when the scrubbers would be installed, and I can't even remember what the other one was, but it seemed important at the time, so I'm not belittling it. It's just me. What does that do to our hearing schedule today? Is that something you can add in so we can start deliberations and be done with this project? Or does it need to trail? Do you need to have the lunch hour? Do you want a 6-month continuance, or what is it you want? I'm teasing you, Mr. Farrar, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So staff has reviewed the language that was proposed in response to changes to condition number 12, which is the odor abatement system condition. We are prepared to review that with the commission, but we have not reviewed any changes in regards to the language on the STDMP. So I think there's a couple different options that we could do if we wanted to take a break to look at the changes briefly with the applicant. We would need to add that to a PowerPoint slide and then have that ready to be added to the website and shared with the commission. We could do that before or after lunch. We could trail this item and have them work on that and then hear the other item. The issue is that staff working with the applicant on this item is also going to be presenting for the next item as well. So it's going to be a stretch for staff to be able to do both.
Chair
okay. Yes, Commissioner Bradley?
Since I'm the transportation nerd, I think that what we heard today about the ability to enforce parking not on Casitas Pass by virtue of compliance with the TDM plan that's already in the record and already part of the package, I don't think any change to conditions has to happen for that matter, at least in terms of my perspective.
Well, I was hoping you would say that.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. So we have a dilemma here, and I'll ask for information from my fellow commissioners and staff. If you think we can go to deliberations and do it relatively quickly, like in 15 minutes or something like that, then perhaps we should deal with this and get it out of the way. If you think it's going to take substantially longer, then we should take a lunch break right now. And I don't know how that fits with what staff wants to do. I know you won't want to take a lunch break at like 2 o'clock, but whether you go at 12 or 12:20 probably doesn't matter. Commissioner Cooney, do you have a preference?
I see a concern with trying to do it on the fly now. We've spent a lot of time today and preparing for today, and as have the applicants. I'd like to have them have the time to prepare something that the commission is likely to accept. It's probably the heart of this application and the public's concern with it, so I'd rather take the time over lunch to do that and come back.
I'm sorry, that makes sense to me, and we need a break anyway. We've gone an hour and a half since the last break. So we'll take a lunch break till 1:05 and come back armed with whatever you've got by way of revised conditions. And there we go. What do you think, Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You want to go home? You want to call it a day? What do you?
Yeah, I'm there. I was having fun flipping this switch.
There you are.
Two things. One, can we go to 1:15 to give staff time to draft that condition and
Good,
coordinate
I
with the
can eat
applicant?
slower.
And then the other one is, my understanding is we're just going to come back with a change or an addition to one condition.
That's right.
Okay. I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
It's
So-
going to be about the OAP and 12 minutes to install the scrubbers. All 50 of them. I don't know, whatever. You get that in there. Okay, 1:15 it is.
What do you want me to do? Turn to mine?
This audio. Oh. Oh. All right. So we are reconvening our afternoon session, or we're reconvening, and it is our afternoon session, to be more precise. And so at this point, we're going to get a report from staff on what you've worked out for changes to conditions over the lunch hour. Is that you, Mr. Dargell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So we have up on the screen some changes that are shown in strikeout and underline for condition number 12, which is the odor abatement implementation and monitoring condition. So you'll see all of the changes are shown under the timing component of the condition. So I'll give everyone a moment to just read through that.
And as the commissioners are reading that, Mr. Dargell, can you tell me, have you reviewed this with the appellant and the applicant? Either or both?
Mr. Chair, we have reviewed this with the applicant, and the applicant has signed off on all the changes. We as staff are comfortable with the changes, and we have provided this language to the appellant team as well, but we have not gotten any feedback from the appellant team.
Okay. Is everyone done reading it, Commission? And does anyone from the Planning Commission have questions of Mr. Dargell about this? Okay, there being none. And is there anyone from the appellant team that feels the need to comment upon this? How about from the applicant team?
Again, Chair Park,
Mr. Ficker.
members of the commission, Jared Ficker on behalf of the applicant. The language on this, I think, is constructive, and it's really doing two things. One, it's putting essentially a backstop for when we're implementing elements of the odor abatement plan. We can't let a bunch of time burn off and say, hey, we're still applying for permits or supply chain. It's putting a 12-month backstop. So we think that's a good suggestion. It's one of the things I think the commission and everyone struggled with is when are we going to see these improvements? So this gets put in place for 12 months and it takes away any fungibility around what that is. So I think that's a good thing. The second thing is really just a very minor, or I guess there's three things I'll tell you this, a very minor modification at the appellant's suggestion to move the Camfill scrubbers to the greenhouse in the back, which is primarily nursery. And the reason why that makes sense is it's independently isolated, and we can do some R&D testing of Invinity scrubbers versus Camfills and different things because they can be totally divided. So we think that's a good thing. That was a suggestion of the appellant. And then finally, part of one of the reasons why we wanted to open up this condition is the prior to commencement of cultivation activities was in the language that was proposed. Obviously, cultivation activities are already occurring, so that's just an artifact that needed to be cleaned up.
That makes sense.
And that's it. So we think it's a good idea, and of course, if anyone else wants to discuss or have questions, we're happy to answer.
Great. And Ms. Kim, would you advise that we reopen the public hearing for public comment?
Mr. Chair, we believe that would be a good idea, but you can limit public comment just to this particular condition.
Yeah, okay. Can I just comment one thing? Yeah, let me hear from Commissioner Cooney first, whose light is on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, what I was hoping is what I think is applicant's intent is that there's no benefit to the project or to the public for waiting a long time. I mean, 12 months is not a long time in the real world, I realize, but it sounds like it to the public. So I think this is probably excessively legal, so I'm not going to insist on it, but I was going to say that the odor abatement system shall be installed as soon as the applicant in good faith can do so, but in any event, within 12 months of approval. Just to emphasize that we're all looking forward to the same things that you explained to me the other day were the goals. So if one of my fellow commissioners would agree with me, I'd suggest we add that language.
Commissioner Farini.
I agree with Commissioner Cooney.
And
Do you want me to repeat, Joe?
One second. Let me start typing this into the
Okay.
screen so everyone can see.
Okay. And while he's doing that, I don't have speaker slips for further public comment, but I'm not sure people would know to do that yet.
Chair Park?
Oh, yes. Commissioner Briley.
Maybe I'm confused, but so you're citing Greenhouse 3, but that's the one furthest away from Foothill, and the existing scrubbers I thought were in Greenhouse 1 in the OAP. Am I misunderstanding that?
If I can answer
Anybody,
the question?
staff or anybody.
So when we're referring to the current odor abatement plan that's there has cam fills in the front of Greenhouse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And what was a suggestion of the appellant, which we think is a good idea, is to move the cam fill scrubbers to Greenhouse 3. The Infinity scrubbers would be put in Greenhouses 1 and 2.
Oh.
So
Okay.
that's what's intended here. So it's really trying to be responsive to a request is the area of most concern is odor experienced along the roadway, and we're trying to put what we think is better, potentially better technology up towards the road. Also, an added bonus that we didn't think about initially is Greenhouse 3 is completely isolated structurally from Greenhouses 1 and 2. So it really gives us a very good A/B test in different technologies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ficker, while you're there, you can see that Mr. Dargell has already revised this revision pursuant to the suggestions of Commissioner Cooney. You okay with that?
I can say, I'd certainly look to Mr. Farrar, but that's absolutely consistent with the intent and everything that we've said.
Okay. So I think we're now ready for our public comment, if there is any. Ms. Carrillo, did you want to comment on any of this? Go ahead. Yeah.
I like having the cam fill, if the cam fill scrubbers are any good, moving them farthest away from where most of the complaints are. Jarrett or Mr. Ficker did try and tell me that the cam fill scrubbers that they are using are better than what I had been told. So, I mean, all I can do is accept, his understanding and, trying to share with me and, hopefully it is better. And so, yes, we would like more regenerative carbon scrubbers, but he assured me they are trying to work on, the best available that's at that site. So we like this, or I personally like this improvement. So we still would like more, but we're happy with something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have any call-in or Zoom-in public comment on this particular item, portion of this item?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing yet again. And we'll now have deliberations. And since it's in your district, and you've also proposed the most changes, Commissioner Cooney, why don't we start with you? You give us your thoughts, if you will.
I will be glad to comment, Mr. Chair. I'll start with the proposed changes to Condition 12 and indicate that the applicant put forth the 12-month outside limitation. That wasn't anything suggested by the commission, but I was certainly going to do so if the applicant didn't, and I think it's a vital addition that makes the project approvable. I was going to suggest, and I know this is contrary to everything we've done up to this point, that we continue this matter until the applicant was comfortable with an amendment to the odor abatement plan rather than upholding the appeal. So this is better than how I thought it might go, and at the appropriate time, assuming my fellow commissioners feel along the same lines, I'll make the motion.
Okay. And may I hear from other commissioners if you have comments on deliberation? Commissioner Farini, followed by Commissioner Bradley.
I think everybody today did a good job of presenting all the sides, and staff was especially helpful today in getting this thing to completion. The one thing I'm reminded of is Secretary Wilson has told us multiple times, as has our Director Plowman, if we don't get these projects through, then how do we move forward with getting controls in place and making sure everybody's on the same track? So this is just another example of, I believe, why we need to move forward with this project and its approval.
And Commissioner Ridley.
I don't really have anything to add. I think staff did a great job. I really appreciate the swift working in of this addition by all parties, and I'm ready to support the project and deny the appeal.
Okay. I'm going to make a comment, and this just shows that there's evolution in my thinking. And I'm reminded of that saying that the perfect can be the enemy of the good. And ideally, I would like to see more scrubbers. And probably every project, just adding more scrubbers would be great for it in some way. I'm not sure scientifically what's needed. I think we can see from some of the questions I asked today, there's a lot of information missing on what scrubbers do and how many are needed, that kind of thing. But, you know, if I'm as aggressive as possible to convince the other commissioners, require more scrubbers, and you go along with it, and then it goes to the board and on appeal, and then the board grants the appeal, we're going backwards, we're not going forwards. And that's what I mean by trying to be perfect about something, that maybe we're undermining the overall result, which is getting scrubbers there to some degree. I am a person that believes that just as our 50 different states serve as a laboratory to make our country better, diversity in the way we do things and learn things, because we're learning a lot in cannabis, I think, is good. And I think having the CAMFIL, comparing them to the Invinity, trying to figure out what numbers work where and all that is a good thing. It's going to advance the cause over the next year or two or three, even if we don't have the exact number some people would like here. So I support where we're going here, even though last year's edition of me might have asked for more. But there you go. All right, then. I think we're ready for a motion. Commissioner Cooney?
I've reviewed staff's recommended actions, and I think they adequately represent the motion. So I will move that we deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in Attachment A to the staff report, including California Environmental Quality Act findings, determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report, PEIR, and the number is adequate, and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and 15168C, which is attached as attachment C to the memorandum, and that we grant de novo approval of the proposed project, case number 19 CDP 13, subject to the conditions included in attachment B to the memorandum as modified by our action today.
Right, and is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Okay, any need for further deliberations now that you've heard the exact motion? I didn't think so. So will all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Are there any nays? No. And no abstentions? No. So the motion's carried unanimously. All right, that's it for this item. Do we need a little break to set up for the next item? Just a minute. Okay, then we'll stay live.
Okay. I think it took a couple of seconds. I'm not sure if
Oh.
the PA system picked up on your.
So what I'm asking Mr. Villalobos to do is to read this item number 2 into the record.
I'd be happy to. The following is a hearing on the request of Island Drift LLC. Applicant to consider case numbers 21 CUP 23, 21 DVP 23, and additionally State Secret Guidelines Section 15168C4 checklist. Thank you. For commercial land use entitlements and licensing applications.
All right. And do we have any ex parte disclosures? And so that'd be Commissioner Bradley.
Yeah, I had a site visit and discussion with the agent for this case, Gallery Macon, last year. I think it was in October. It was a multi-site visit day, so it's blended. But then I also had several conversations with her this week about access to and through the property.
Okay. And Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, last year I did a site visit with Teddy Kabugas and Gallery Macon, and I've also had a phone conversation with John Price.
You know, I look out in the audience. It seems like I've spoken to almost everybody there at some point in the last week or two, but I can't remember ever talking about this project. So I don't think I really have an ex parte disclosure other than that vague one. So there we are. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Archbold for your staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Sean Archbold, and I will be presenting the 4235 State Street Cannabis Retail Project. The approximate 12,200 square foot subject property, shown by the red rectangle, is located approximately 200 feet south off of State Street and adjacent to Highway 101. The property is approximately 2.6 miles southeast from the nearest EDRN, the Twin Ridge EDRN, which is not shown on the slide due to its distance from the project. The MU zone area is shown in yellow. The residential zoned areas are shown in dark gray, and the city of Santa Barbara is shown in light gray. There are 2 parcels located approximately 2.5 miles northwest and southwest from the project with active cannabis applications. The project is a request for a cannabis retail site on a .28 acre parcel. The project would have up to 12 employees on site at any time. The project includes the demolition of the existing building and canopy and construction of a new commercial retail building and a new trash enclosure. Additionally, the project includes installation of motion sensor security lighting and new landscaping around the perimeter of the parcel and throughout the parking lot. And although an OAP is not required by the cannabis regulations within the Land Use Development Code, an OAP was prepared. The OAP proposes carbon filters within the proposed retail building. The project is shown on the aerial view in yellow, with Highway 101 shown adjacent to the site. Project renderings are shown on this slide comparing existing and proposed street views, showing the east view of the project above and the view of the project from directly across State Street below. The parcel is shown on the slide. Access will be provided off of State Street by an existing driveway west of the building. Proposed lighting is shown by the yellow triangles, and landscape lighting is shown by purple triangles. Waste bins are shown in the southeast corner of the parcel by blue stars. While an OAP is not required by the LUDC, an OAP was prepared that involves the use of carbon filters throughout the commercial retail building. The project proposes a site transportation and demand management plan that meets both the MU Zone District parking requirement and the transportation needs of the operation. The MU Zone Requirements section of the LUDC requires 7 on-site parking spaces, and 8 on-site parking spaces are provided by the project. Additionally, the project proposes 1 garage delivery space, 1 on-site carpool space, and 10 off-site employee spaces to meet the transportation needs of the project. The 10 proposed off-site employee spaces are located on the parcel directly east of the site. The proposed project is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, which covers services, hillside and watershed protection, and visual resources policies, the conservation element, which covers groundwater resources policies, and the circulation element. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, can be found in sections 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report. The proposed project is consistent with the standards of the Land Use and Development Code, including the MU Zone standards and the Cannabis Ordinance. The project relies on the PEIR as documented by the written checklist. The checklist is included as attachment C to the staff report. No additional environmental review is required. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings for approval, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions as included in attachment B. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
And do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Mr. Archbold? There appear to be none. then let's go on to the applicant's presentation. I almost said appellants, but it's not an appeal, so don't sweat it in the audience, okay? It's okay.
It's nice.
And how much time do you think you need?
Does the pointer work?
What do you have in mind for time?
Chair Park, I think we're only going to need about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, let's say 15, including rebuttal, but I don't even know what's to rebut, but we'll find out. And so why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Chair Park, members of the commission, my name is Gayla Ray Macon. I'm really excited to be here today to present the one-of-a-kind Sunstone Cannabis Market. The name was sort of decided on recently, so it didn't make it into the staff report, but we'll go into what this market can look like and what the vision is for the market moving forward. Next slide. We have a very talented project team, all local consultants, great architectural team, as you saw with the renderings. We're really proud of the building and what it can do to that corridor. Next slide. I'm here today with the executive team, Mr. John Price. You may or may not know him, but he's a local businessman in the community. Teddy Kabugos, who's the president of Sunstone Winery. Our chief compliance officer, Ben Condron, and our community relations manager, Jordan Price, who we're really happy to have on the team. Next slide. As Sean mentioned, this is the project description. It's the demo of the existing building and canopy. We did try to save it. We did. It didn't work with the existing configurations of the driveways. The county transportation requires one driveway, and then the distance between driveways wouldn't meet the code, and the distance between adjacent driveways wouldn't meet the code. So we're stuck with using the existing driveway to the west, which is also an easement for the property to the rear. The building itself is about 3,100 square feet, and Chair Park, we also looked at putting, because of the MU zone, we did look at putting a residence on top of this building before you mention it. We did look at that, and it unfortunately didn't work with access and elevator and stairs, but we did look at that. It includes a parking spaces, bicycle area, and the hours would be 9 to 9, 7 days a week. There'll be an on-site security guard present. We did include a couple filters for good measure, and we have some permeable pavers out in front. Next slide. Here is the proposed site plan. I don't know if this works. Oh, it does work. I don't know if you can see my red laser. But in response to our neighbor to the west, who owns the property to the west and also the storage, the RV storage to the rear, his concern was this proposed fence that was along this western property line. And it wasn't something that the project was proposing. It come from a comment at design review. So our intention is to go back to design review and in response to our neighbors' concerns, get rid of that fence. And then the applicant has also offered the neighbor to replace these swing gates that are manual and put in a automatic sliding gate so that there won't be queuing within this driveway. So they'd be able to use their clicker and go out into the back and park. And the same on their way out. They don't have to stop and then manually lock the gates. This is the entrance with the lobby where their IDs will be checked, and then they can enter the retail space. There's a restroom for both employees and the retail customers. This is the garage for deliveries and pickups. There's a storage area, break room for the employees, and a little office. It's a pretty simple yet efficient site plan. Next slide. Here's the vicinity map, Highway 101. This is right off of State Route 154. This was really an ideal location for this dispensary. Mr. John Price actually purchased the property in the hopes of putting this retail dispensary here because of its location. Next slide. These are the renderings. If you go to the next slide, I think this one was one that was missing from the staff's presentation. This is looking east towards State Street. Next slide. There was a lot of community support for our initial application. As you may recall, there was a selection process first for these retail locations, and we had a lot of letters of support, and I think those are provided to you in your packet. And a lot of surrounding businesses were happy to have this new addition to that corridor. Next slide. Project merits, it was ranked highly during that process for this location, the Eastern Goleta Valley. As you can see, there's not a lot of controversy around it. Not a lot of people here. I think everyone here is in support. This is a local team, as local as it can get, with a commitment to do right by this program and provide a really first-class experience. They're planning on hiring employees within the county. They want to support local nonprofits with a focus on the youth and create an advisory group and support youth programs within the community. And it's going to revitalize that business corridor. I didn't do that. And we're excited with the new Dutch Garden that just opened up, just a stone's throw away. I think it's going to really, this area of State Street is going to blossom. Next slide. I want to introduce Teddy Kabugos to talk about Sunstone Cannabis and why the market is being presented this way. Thank you. And I'm here for questions later.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for having us today. And we're ready to talk about the Sunstone Cannabis Market. I guess we'll talk a little bit about cultivation. So if for whoever's not aware, Sunstone was the first winery in Santa Barbara County to be permitted for a cannabis land use permit. We're very proud of that fact for a number of reasons. I think the main reason is we were able to kind of come to an agreement with all of our surrounding neighbors. Me and Galeray had multiple meetings with all of them on multiple occasions. Really, we're able to make a project that everybody was happy with. So we were very happy with that and look forward to being able to offer our own cultivation in the retail dispensary at some point, being able to obviously focus, tell all of our customers and consumers, educate them kind of the way we do at our winery. Just over 30 minutes over the hill here, you'll find not only some of the best climates in the world to cultivate fruits, vegetables, obviously wine, and now cannabis. And at Sunstone, we have, I think, a responsibility, but also the opportunity to be able to educate customers, consumers, and potentially new cannabis consumers to our brand and markets. Sorry, that was not very good. Next slide. Okay, so targeted to open in early 2024. Hopefully, it will open sooner than that. As shown, brand new building customized for the state-of-the-art dispensary. We're the only one in town that's actually built for a dispensary purpose. So we can really customize that towards the Sunstone brand, our products. And yeah, again, attempt to showcase the Sunstone and other Santa Barbara County origin products. It's very important to us that we focus on Santa Barbara County and its cultivators and cannabis product producers. So we source all of our products that we will, when you see the next slide, our products will come from are local, and so we want to highlight those local brands in our dispensary as well as ours. Obviously, we intend to highlight the Sunstone as the signature dispensary brand. As you can see here, we're very excited to come out with a Sunstone Spritz. It's our cannabis beverage, which we'll be releasing here in just a couple weeks. It's made with rosin, who our basically chief science officer can talk a little bit more about. But what that does mean, it's actually the healthiest way you could possibly consume cannabis. So when you're harvesting, you'll cut the top colas off of the freshest outdoor cultivations. They get immediately weighed, thrown into metrics, and then in a freezer truck. And that doesn't actually come out of the freezer. Well, then it goes to the manufacturing lab, and the extraction process is simply water and ice. So there's no, harsh chemicals. There's no butane. Every single one of our products will come with that rosin form, so there's no distillate or anything like that. So it really is a true to plant experience with our products. Obviously, the Sunstone Gems, which will be our gummies. We like the little gems. We thought that was pretty cool, and so that's our gummy line. And then the Sunstone Splash, which Kaylin has developed. You can add it to any cocktail that you'd like. Obviously, the reason why we went for beverages is everything's this is a social thing, what we're doing right now. Everybody here is drinking a beverage. You guys are all drinking one. So in any public setting, we'll always have a beverage in our hands. So if you want to add a little splash to your favorite beverage or anything like that. And so we're, again, not smoking or vaping and that type of thing, which we will offer, but a new way to kind of consume, which we'll be promoting heavily. And again, vertically integrated, locally grown. We source only from Santa Barbara County farms. And Santa Barbara, we will literally be able to tell you which farm you would be drinking out of, where that cannabis came from. We'd be able to trace it right back to the original strain. Next slide. Or any questions? Sorry, it's my first time. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's, and you're done with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Bridley has a question or a comment?
Ms. Bradley.
This is just one off from the whole land use case, but your concept of the vertical integration and how you see these consumables being offered, was that inspired by your work at Sunstone and being in the wine industry?
Yeah. So Sunstone is obviously a 30-year global brand. It's globally recognized throughout the entire world. We had a really good last year. And we do believe that going into an industry like this where there's a lot of still confusion, coming in with a recognized brand where we already have our own set of customers and consumers and members, kind of setting up our cannabis club like we're setting up our wine club and those different things. So yeah, it really is able to model right into something like this. We're literally almost using the same model as far as direct to consumer, which we're doing through our delivery service and stuff like that. So yeah, Sunstone had a big influence on calling it that, I think.
Okay. And just, so the only place you could get these products are actually at your store, right? These wouldn't be available at another dispensary? Are you trying to be exclusive that way?
Correct. Well, they won't be available at any dispensaries. We're not doing that model. So we're doing a direct-to-consumer model where we have our own website, can do a QR code, and then we'll work with a local delivery services. So we're concentrated on pickup parties. Somebody orders, and there's just a lot of different ways through a delivery method that we plan on. Again, signing up for creating our cannabis club, you could get your deliveries, and depending on what member of, so in the wine club, we have different stages of it where, and so 4 cases are a couple, this is bad. Anyway, yes, that's how it's available through delivery service and
Okay.
not through retail outlets as of right now. So we will obviously be selling all of that in our own store.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? I have a comment to make, and it's not necessarily planning related, but maybe in a big picture. I'm just curious, is there any representative from the architect's firm here? Okay. Well, and who among your team had the most input on the design of the building? Who might I say? Oh, and Mr. Price. Well, your taste is even better than I thought it was. Because, and I'm serious about this, I have seen a lot of dispensaries, and my sort of vague general impression is often they're in dingy buildings that are sort of half hidden. And it's like saying to the world, I'm sorry for being here, but I've got to be somewhere, and I apologize. But when I see this, it says, I'm classy, I'm proud to be here, I'm proud of my project, and this is all good and welcome, come in. And I think that's an important message. And for the public, that's what they're going to see. They're going to see your building, and having that there says those good things to me. And I'm about as tone deaf as a person can be. So if it gets through to me, it's going to get through to other people, and you're to be commended for that. So there you go. Okay, let's see. We're now at the public comment stage. Is that right? Yes. Okay, and I think we have 2 people for public comment. Mr. Tyne, would you like to lead it off? It's good to see you. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
It has been. Nice to see you. Commissioner Park and commissioners, nice to see you. My name is John Tyne. I'm a local attorney here in town. I have been involved in dispensaries, oftentimes on the other side, opposing them, and never as a customer, always as a professional. But I have to say I'm here today to speak in support of this particular retail operation, and that support is strictly because of the people involved in this project. You have John Price, who Galloway referred to as a local businessman, but he's so much more than that. He's a real member of our community. He's a developer who really clearly loves Santa Barbara. Mr. Park, you picked up on it just by virtue of the design that he has presented to you. He sees the value of this community, and he really tries to develop projects in an intelligent and a community-friendly way. You have Teddy Kabugos, the president of Sunstone, who you saw a few moments ago, very, very impressive young man. He has done amazing things at the head of that organization. He's also a big supporter of the community. He's on the board of directors of 1805, which supports our first responders. And just he and his wife, Jamala, who's also an attorney, really wonderful, wonderful people in our town. You heard a little bit about Kaylin, who's a very impressive scientific mind, who has really made innovative steps to deliver this product in a healthy way that is very different than the reputation that
me and others have seen around it in the past. So I urge you to support this project. It's an excellent addition to the Santa Barbara landscape.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Well, thank you. Okay, our second speaker is Kalen, and Kalen, I can't read your last name. But you'll tell us when you get there.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Kalen Baird. Sorry for the bad writing.
Baird.
I should
Okay,
have been a
that's okay.
doctor. I'm here as kind of a new member to the Sunstone team. I actually sought them out because I saw how powerful and unique their project was from the cultivation side and the retail side. And I kind of made myself a member of the team because I actually really believe in what they're doing. And I own a manufacturing license in Goleta, and we mostly make infused products. So that's stuff like gummies, tinctures and beverages. And I really felt like I could help them tell the story of Santa Barbara County and Santa Barbara County cannabis. Sunstone's a really unique project because they have 1,000 to 4,000 people coming in their tasting room every single week. And all of those people are potential cannabis customers that might not have found a home in another dispensary that's not really catering to them. Sunstone has an amazing opportunity to educate people about the nuances of the plant and also raise up the agricultural community in Santa Barbara. As we know from like wine, you have regions like Bordeaux and Champagne and Napa Valley and Santa Rita Hills. I believe that through projects like this, we're actually going to raise Santa Barbara County agriculture and put it at the top of the leaderboard once the appellations are defined. The amount of tourism that they generate from their global brand is immense. And we know that those folks would likely find trust and consistency through the Sunstone cannabis market. As Teddy Kabugos mentioned before, the model really hinges on being able to educate people through their regular channels. Wineries educate people about the finer notes of these plant compounds, and they can really change the script and do a very good job at building a cannabis academy, which I'm going to be instrumental in from the scientific perspective of educating people on how much they should take, where this plant comes from, how it's processed, and really focusing on the wellness aspects. And we are going to be probably private labeling the majority of the products that go into the store. And so they'll carry the Sunstone logo, they'll carry the Sunstone trademark, and people will be able to keep that contiguous story as they learn about the products in the tasting room, and then they drive over the 154. It's right on their way home as they go back to LA or whatever destination that they came from. The cannabis beverage market is very interesting, and it's probably the most valuable sector of this whole market that hasn't been capitalized on yet. A big part of that's distribution. It's very difficult to be profitable selling cannabis beverages wholesale because the margins are so thin. When you start adding up all the taxes and the transportation fees, we don't have 18-wheelers, we have like little Sprinter trucks. So for Sunstone to be able to kind of copy and paste their model onto cannabis is extremely valuable, and it's going to generate a lot of taxable revenue for the county. They don't have to pay an outside distributor. They can just bring it to their store and sell it direct to consumer and capture the majority of that margin with a very, very low overhead. If they called it something else, it might be a little bit confusing, but because it's the Sunstone cannabis market, it's really doubling down on the presence that they have in the valley. So I'm extremely excited to be part of this project and to support this, and to urge you as well to support this, to just continue to rise the tide for everybody and really put Santa Barbara County on the map as an agricultural center point for the cannabis future to come. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Thank you, guys.
Do we have any other public comment, Mr. Villalobos? Anybody calling in or zooming around, whatever the verb is?
I see Mr. Chatilla listening in, but he doesn't have his hand raised, so I'm not sure that he wants to speak on this item. If I'm incorrect, Mr. Chatilla, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing a hand.
He's been struck speechless? No. Okay. I'll apologize to him for that remark when I see him in person. Do you want to make some rebuttal, Ms. Macon, or you don't need to rebut any public comment, anything you heard? No. Then let's ask staff if you have anything you want to add.
Nothing to add. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff? Well, then, I think we're at the deliberation stage. And inasmuch as this is one of our second district projects, let's ask our second district commissioner, Ms. Bridley, to weigh in on her thoughts.
I can only imagine the joy of the applicant's representative, Ms. Macon, and like she's smiling in the first four. But I also am very happy with this project. I think it is very well planned and very well located. This part of State Street is a little bit of a forlorn commercial district, and hopefully this will, spur some other development. And I also really appreciate the whole vertical integration that Mr. Kabugos talked about. I remember the appeal up at the winery for that was a difficult one, and that was early on in my planning commission career. So I'm happy to see how it's all sort of coming together. I think the project is great. I very much appreciate how the owner and applicant have worked with the neighboring owners to work out the access over the easement, and I would be willing to support this with all the recommendations that staff made and no change to the conditions. And I'll make the motion at that time.
All right. Do we have any other preliminary comments by members of the Planning Commission? Commissioner Farini.
I think the applicant and staff presentation speaks for itself. It's very enlightening. I think I learned more from Mr. Kabugos in the last 3 minutes on cannabis than the rest of my career up here. So very good. It's pretty obvious if you go to the site and see how, the neighborhood is in need of some revitalization. It's an old repair shop that kind of an eyesore, really. You think, wow, I'm on State Street. You see that, and then yes, you look at what the Price team has put together there, and like many of its other projects, it's first rate. So I'm ready to support the project.
All right. Commissioner Cooney, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
No, not this time.
I know what you're thinking, though. I think you're thinking, thank God this isn't in the coastal zone, like everything you have to deal with in the first district. I know you're thinking that. Okay. Well, then, Ms. Bridley, can we hear your motion?
Slide up, or actually I can just read it from the PowerPoint. Here we go. Staff has again equipped us perfectly. So I would like to make a motion to approve the project by making the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A of today's staff report, including CEQA findings. 2, to determine that the previously certified programmatic EIR with all the numbers is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and section 15168C, which are provided in attachment C and D of today's packet. And finally, to grant approval of the project, case number 21 CUP 23 and 21 DVP 23, subject to the conditions included in attachments B1 and B2 of the staff report. I think we might go down as the fastest item ever. Maybe. That's my motion.
And who wants to second this?
I'll second.
Okay. Any need for further deliberation? Well, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any noes or abstentions? No. Then the motion is carried unanimously. I was going to say, any further business before the board? And it looked like you're jumping to the microphone. Before the commission. Board's got plenty of business.
Thank you, Chair Park. One item that we want to revisit is the hearing on February 8th. There are no items projected for that, and we completed all of our business today, so I recommend we cancel that hearing.
I'll move that we cancel the meeting of the Planning Commission scheduled for February 8th.
I'll second.
All right. And, well, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried unanimously. And we're adjourned.